Sound check. 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 Sound. Check. Sound check. 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 Sound.
Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the interests of those you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to today's sitting. I also want to take an opportunity to welcome you from the brief break. As you may be aware, and as you recall, that on 29th of January 2026, this House approved the National Budget Framework Paper 2026-2027, 2030-2031. This paved the way for the tabling of the ministerial policy statements for 2026-2027. While Section 12(13) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament stipulate that March 15th of the financial year is a timeline for submission of the ministerial policy statement. However, this 15th coincides and it is a Sunday. So we have decided that we receive the ministerial policy statements today because 15th is a Sunday. Subsequently, the timeline for pending milestones for the budget framework paper for the budget process will be as follows. The alternative ministerial policy statements from the leader of opposition, provided for under the Rule 154 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, will be submitted on Thursday by 19th of March. They will be laid on table here next Thursday. The prescribed timeline is 29th March, which coincides still with a Sunday. However, because of the transition that we are transiting from 11th Parliament to 12th Parliament, we have bring forward all these matters on the floor before that time. The statutory timeline for tabling the tax and revenue bills and proposed annual budget estimates is supposed to be on 1st of April as stipulated under Section 7, 12(13) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 155, 157 of the Rules of Procedure. The House will consider the reports from the sectoral committees on ministerial policy statements on 15th to 17th. When we receive today, they will go to the committees and they will come back to the House on 15th to 17th of April. The tax revenue bills will be considered on 21st to 23rd April 2026. The annual budget estimates 2026, 2027 and the appropriation bill will be on 28th to 30th of April. Honorable members, during the consideration of the National Budget Framework paper in January 2026, the Budget Committee tasked the Minister of Sports to harmonize the budget proposals and retable the sector budget framework paper for vote 166, that's National Council of Sports. And as we embark on consideration of the ministerial statements, ministerial policy statements, I will invoke Rule 26.1 to allow the minister to lay the harmonized position of the budget for that vote. And that will form the budget process for that vote. Honorable members, one of us was born on a day like today, and that is none other than my brother, Honorable Mao. Join me in celebrating his birthday today. We want to wish you the best. We want to wish you the best and a happy birthday and good health. And we wish you a good stay, continued stay in cabinet in the coming year. Honorable members, once more I want to welcome you. I want to welcome you and wish my brother a happiest birthday. And may the good Lord keep you. Yes. Thank you. We have a little congested order paper. And I had somebody asking whether that was an order paper or a wish list or whichever. We have a number of bills that have been pending on the order paper. These bills were brought by private members, but because we are transiting to the 12th Parliament, we do not want to leave any work pending from the 12th Parliament. So the bills that we feel cannot be considered must be withdrawn for us to be able to clean our house. So when you see the order paper busy like that, then you know that most of these things must leave the order paper today. Yes. Doctor?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to start by congratulating colleagues who have made it back to the 12th Parliament. And for colleagues who didn't make it, it's said that when one door is closed, another door is open, which is even wider. Also, Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate you for having been cleared by SEC. You are now officially our candidate as Speaker. And we wish you every success. Madam Speaker, I raise a matter of local governance. LOC 1 and LOC 2 elections were held in 2018.
Doctor, is it a reaction to my communication?
It's a matter of national importance, Madam.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Can I just get a reaction to my communication 102? Yes, size mate.
Thank you.
Madam.
Are you my size mate? Goretti. Honorable Goretti.
I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and equally congratulate all honourable colleagues that made it to the 12th Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I appreciate you for celebrating with the women of this country. The Women's Day. Happy belated Women's Day to the women of Uganda and colleagues in this House. Right Honourable Speaker, the theme was very clear: justice, action, and human rights. Honourable Speaker, that is a matter that is on table. And I implore you, Right Honourable Speaker, to make sure that we observe human rights in this country, justice for women, and also to bring colleagues to table that in the recently concluded elections, women were mistreated. Right Honourable Speaker, the use of the gun in elections on women was so high, especially in Zimbabwe. They were seriously brutalized. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I implore you that as you do take charge of that chair, I don't know what will happen in the 12th Parliament, but Right Honourable Speaker, I pray that you give priority to issues of women, especially women in leadership, women in politics. I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker,
order.
and I take leave of the floor.
Thank you. Yes, there is a procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, you know our country, Uganda, is landlocked. And the matter I'm raising is of urgent public importance that would require the line minister to furnish us with some information. Uganda is a net importer of petroleum products. And the ongoing conflict, U.S., Israel, Iran conflict, has already disrupted the shipping regions which were supposed to ferry this fuel to this landlocked country. And that means the global prices that are hiking put Uganda in a vulnerable position, Madam Speaker. And these are shocks that ought to find us at least with some level of preparedness. That's why I'm of the view, Madam Speaker, as a matter of procedure, that the ministry would furnish this House with the contingency plans that they have in place and the level of preparedness, because even then, the other ministry also ought to know, or rather inform us about our citizens that are in the Middle East and are trapped up there, stranded.
Thank you. The minister will come and give us that report on Tuesday. Yes, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me also to congratulate colleagues that made it to the 12th Parliament and say sorry for colleagues that never made it. Madam Speaker, you have laid a very tight program running up to the end of next month.
Yes.
April. But Madam Speaker, I wanted to plead with you. We have just gone through an election. I wanted to plead with you, create us one day, where these members of Parliament can speak about what transpired in the election. Probably, Madam Speaker, whatever we will pick can be relevant for this nation. Many of our colleagues are here. They lost because of external factors beyond them. They lost because of so many reasons. But Madam Speaker, if you squeezed one day and it goes on the record of Parliament what went on in the 2026 election, probably it could be very relevant for the planning of the next election. Information.
Thank you. I'll
Madam
give you,
Speaker,
honourable members,
my colleague for the information.
Honourable members, I'll give you after 30th April so that we discuss. Honourable members, yes, I'll give you the date. Yes, Honorable Macho.
Madam Speaker, on your communication, I too want to send congratulations to my good friend and brother, Honorable Norbert Mau, for having expressed his interest to contest.
Honorable.
Although, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I had a dream.
Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I had a
Honorable.
in the 12th.
Honorable, we are in the 11th Parliament. Please sit. Sit. Please sit. Sit. Honorable members. Honorable members, as I said, we have a congested order paper. We also have Prime Minister's time. So we should be able to move. Then most of the things should be brought at the time the Prime Minister will be answering questions. Okay? Can we move with the order paper? The matters of national importance, Madam Teacher. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance, touching the plight of 13 Ugandans who are said to have been arrested and imprisoned in a foreign country, Mauritius, to be specific. Madam Speaker, one of those people, Sebu Fudeo and Seluyange Yusuf Kaiwa, 2 of them, happens to be my constituents in Mukono. Madam Speaker, this country does not lose responsibility over its citizens wherever they are, in good and bad times. First of all, Madam Speaker, the matter of national importance I want to raise is that I have information that 13 Ugandans are being held in different prisons in Mauritius. 2, that they have not received any assistance from home, and the families, specifically the family of Sebu Fudeo, have approached me as the MP. So, Madam Speaker, I want through your chair to request that this matter of national importance is taken on, and we are informed about the status under which our people are being kept in Mauritius, and if they committed an offense, if there is any possibility for them to be transferred to serve sentence at home. I do more. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Betty, to help this House or to help government, do you have any evidence that shows that we have those people in those prisons that can be used to refer?
Madam Speaker, the relatives of these people approached me, specifically the wife of Sebu Fudeo, and she can turn up if requested, Madam Speaker.
Government.
To give the concerned office more details.
Government.
Right Honourable Speaker, just like you observed to the member who raised this matter, she knows that there are 13 Ugandans. It would be of help for the honourable member to give government the better particulars of the 13 Ugandans such that the appropriate diplomatic channels can be followed to handle the matter. I undertake to get in touch with you, honourable member, to get the details of the 13 members, and we can, through our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, take the appropriate diplomatic actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Webb. Dr. Bukenya. Dr. Bukenya. I mean, Dr. Kefa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable. I raise on a matter of national importance regarding local governance. LOC1 and LOC elections were held in 2018. Their term expired in July 2023. The elections have now been postponed 6 times, extended. Apart from legal and administrative reforms, boundary issues, clearing the registers, the main issue so far, the 6 times, has been that there has been no money, that there has been funding constraints. Whereas LOC1 and LOC2 systems are critical in the society fabric and implementation of government programs, we are now consistently relying on arguably unelected structures. However, earlier this year, Justice Byabakama, chair of the Electoral Commission, in a press conference told us that money had been released. That was very exciting and created public expectations that finally elections can now be held in the 70,000 villages plus around the country. However, shortly thereafter, Minister of Local Government indicated that there was a funding shortfall of 58 billion in order to be able to conduct the elections, followed by a statement earlier this year again that Cabinet had directed that money can now be released to conduct the elections. And the timetable was given as being conducted in March and April. Madam Speaker, because of the anxiety, public anxiety around this, can we have confirmation here from the ministers concerned whether the money has now been released? Can we also have confirmation that we are still running with the timetable mentioned of March and April? Better still, can we have confirmation of the exact dates when these elections are being held? And also, finally, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Local Government had assured us, in response to a petition which was presented on the floor here, had assured us that a monument for LOC1, LOC2, and other people in those local structures will be enhanced. And I think a date was mooted as 26.7.
Thank you.
Can we have confirmation that also that's still on track in order to have the motivation of people down there in their concern?
Thank you.
Thank you
Honorable Kefa, thank you for that. Remember, we've been depriving the public from democratically elected LOC1s. And EC has said we are going to have election in March and April. Could we have that confirmation if we are going to have elections? And remember, EC had said they had received the funding. So which shortage are we talking about of 58? What is the shortage about? And if the shortage is there, as the Honorable is saying, that was approved by Cabinet, why are we not releasing that money? Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to confirm to this House that the elections of LOC1s and 2s are not only LOC1s and 2s, but also the women councils were properly scheduled and okayed by SEC, which you chaired, Right Honorable Speaker, when the Minister of Local Government presented. And this information has reached all the districts, and there is no doubt that we shall vote by end of April. Yes, excuse me, the dates have been confirmed, and if you give me 10 minutes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can we have specific dates on when the election
in the next 10 minutes I can get, I've already sent a message.
Okay.
And number 2, about the emoluments. I think we passed the budget where we revised the emoluments. I don't have the figures offhand, but at least we passed them in cabinet and here.
Honorable.
Thank you.
Honorable, can you give us the figures that we passed in this house for the rest to know? Because it seems people are not sure.
In consultation with the Ministry of Finance, which is ably represented here, we can get the details. But I know
we'll give you
Yes.
10 minutes.
All right.
Thank you. Honorable Kazo.
Thank you, Right Honorable. And honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable colleagues, I raise on a matter of national importance, and this is specifically about UNEB. Right Honorable Speaker, UNEB has been conducting exams, and every end, when they are releasing, they withhold some schools, and on allegation that these schools cheated or there were malpractices, and they undertake a process of hearings, they decide to cancel or release the results. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it is the mandate of UNEB to protect their exams. This parliament allocates money to them for invigilation, for inspection, for scouts, for everyone. Right Honorable Speaker. They fail on their job. They take the blame to the young, innocent children. What is more hurting, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is that when this is happening, after the hearing, the owner of the school is not arrested. The inspector is not arrested, not charged. The invigilator
Honorable, I want us to be parliamentary by not saying that they fail in their job. They do not fail in their job. Maybe there is some kind of negligence, but they do not fail in their job.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. I will take your guidance. Being that you are our beloved Speaker, I will take that guidance, and I will use an alternative word, but I will get it later maybe. Right Honorable Speaker.
Anyway, they do not fail in their job.
Yes. Now,
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, these people, the young children who get affected, no one follows to know where they go. Some drop out of school, some get married off along the way, and no one takes the responsibility, Right Honorable Speaker. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that UNEB should be held. The Ministry of Education should come and explain.
Honorable members, give Honorable Yusuf Isibambi a seat. Yes, can I have order in the house? Order. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Kimosho is raising a very pertinent issue. Very pertinent. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that UNEB should explain why from a year to another year, their own staff fail to do what they ought to do and shift the blame to. Can't we have residue? Today we have residue elections. Can't we have residue exams so that these children are able to continue with the rest of the other children? I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let's first have this resolved. Yes. By procedure.
Madam Speaker, I've seen the excitement, the sitting arrangement that took Honorable Sibambi to the other side has brought to the other side. Wouldn't it be procedural okay if I would know whether the Honorable from Mbalala has also crossed it to this side so that we can also celebrate?
Honorable members, I said from the beginning, free sitting. Because the members on this side are a little fewer, so they need to be boosted. Yes, Mukatuleki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and honorable members. Madam Speaker, the issue of your neighbor and cheating, we passed a law here, which is very pertinent on stealing. But a lot of attention must be given to cheating over examinations. And as we are talking now, even the owners of schools might not be aware of what's happening in schools. But take keen interest, Honorable, as we've raised it, because we are going for sectoral committees. When they invite these children, even I had issues in my constituency, but children are called to UNEB with their head teachers, and the children testify how they copied. It's very painful, but it's an organized crime, Madam Speaker, even when we have the law acted, which must give more attention. I can attest here that there's a school I don't want to mention. Children collect money from their parents when the parents are aware. They collect over 20 million to bribe invigilators and supervisors. But the main challenge is children appearing before you enable committee that is investigating copying, and they give facts how they cheated.
Yes.
I think we need more time when you go for sectoral committees.
Honorable, this is a very sensitive matter. I think what we need to do, Honorable Minister, you need to have a meeting with the management of UNEB and see how best we can handle this. We cannot discuss this matter here. Let's have a closed door meeting and see how this can be resolved.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Dan for raising this very critical and sensitive matter, and you have really guided wisely that this matter cannot be discussed and completely we get a way forward here, because our mandate is to protect the integrity of examination, and I want to agree with you that we will get together to discuss this matter together with the UNEP and other stakeholders, and after that we could give you a feedback to the members. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, as we wait for the report from local government. Yes, I've seen Honorable Jara.
Right Honorable Speaker, mine is a procedural matter. You had guided the Honorable Minister of Local Government, Honorable State Minister, to provide details. But Right Honorable Speaker, I see a lot of contradiction in what she provided compared to what the senior minister announced to the public. Right Honorable Speaker.
She has not provided any information.
Right Honorable Speaker, she said they were on schedule, and she also said the money, but the Honorable Minister...
Let's not debate in anticipation.
Thank you.
Yes, Ethel.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under our Rule 229, we are providing action reports, and after 6 months, the ministers should have provided for us any action from several proceedings. The way we are summarizing assignments of the 11th Parliament, won't it be procedure right? The way you are closing off any pending bill, we also have any pending action from our ministers. For example, the regulations of our Fishing Act. We realize anything pending so that the ministers bring for us all the action reports due? And won't it be that worthy?
That is okay. We'll have to get whatever is pending and have it lop.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to firstly join you in congratulating the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs on attaining another year, on clocking another year. In your communication, you wished him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, sir. I am hoping you have not amended your age. Nowadays, people amend too many things. Please keep your age that way. Honourable Speaker, I want to push through one or two issues that got guidance from this House, but they are still pending somewhat. On January 29th, we were here, and I raised, among other issues, the biometric voter verification kits that were used, or certainly not used, in the just concluded elections. And the concern was, this House appropriated plenty of money, billions upon billions of shillings, for these biometric voter verification kits to be used in the election. The presiding officer at the time, the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker, directed that the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs will come to this House with a statement regarding these machines. Because it's important we are accountable. Otherwise, Parliament will be seen as an accomplice in wasting taxpayers' money. We appropriated nearly 400 billion shillings. Part of that was to buy the machines. Part of that was to train those who were to use the machines. Part of that money was to sync the ballot papers to be usable for scanning and so on and so forth. Did that money go down the drain? Because we were told that these machines were the panacea to vote rigging, which has become all too common. Vote rigging, ballot stuffing, and all the drama that comes with our elections, which affects both sides. I saw some colleagues on the NRM side during elections also complaining about vote rigging. Right Honourable Speaker, I think it would be a good reminder for that statement to come, since the House directed as such. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, again, after October 31st, when we had the dangerous floods that caused mayhem and wreaked havoc in the city, traders lost merchandise, plenty of money went down the drain. Government committed that they are going to compensate these business persons up to the tune of about 20 billion shillings. Those business persons up to date ask, did government lie to them? And recently we saw another situation of heavy flooding, and the same people are saying we have lost more merchandise even before the first promise of compensation has not happened. So we want government to tell us, was it just a mere puff, as we call it in law, that you actually don't intend to do this thing, you're just promising for the sake of it? The traders would like to know.
Thank you.
Maybe government could tether in that regard. When is government going to come with a comprehensive plan that we can know about to address the flooding situation in our country? We need to know. Poor drainage, poor planning, if it does happen at all, with the numerous buildings that do come up. We want some kind of commitment from government, because you also shouldn't be compensating each time again and again. Meanwhile, not even compensated the first time. And relatedly, when the Chitezi situation happened in August of 2024, over 35 people died. Garbage killed people here in the city, close by. Government again came out and promised, we are going to compensate the victims and the bereaved families. To date, those families still complain and say government has not compensated us. Can we know from government what happened? Was it another lie? Finally, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, in late October of last year, we raised concerns here when journalists from Nation Media Group were barred from accessing Parliament. You see, our Constitution has got a Bill of Rights, Chapter 4, with specificity, Article 29(1)(a) provides for freedom of the press. And that's why we get to have journalists here. In fact, our rules have domesticated it for Parliament here. Our rules provide that our sessions will be covered by the press. So nation media journalists, NTV, Daily Monitor, and the others were barred from accessing Parliament. That's 5 months ago. The management tells us they have not up to now gotten a reason why they have not been summoned over any indiscipline issue. Because yes, rights are in place. Rights can be abused and then people are checked. But then they're saying, did we abuse the rights that allow us to come and cover Parliament? Up to now, they have no idea. I think it would be good for this House to know, are there journalists that are totally not allowable to come to Parliament? And if so, why? Because we are the ones that pass these laws that talk about freedom of the press and so on and so forth. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. I see so many journalists there. You mean none of them is from Nation Media? Honourable Minister of Constitutional Affairs, there is a report that was asked. I think we may need to put it on the order paper. I know you don't have it now.
Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that the report is ready, and the moment it is scheduled, we shall bring it and present it before this August House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We can only schedule it once you've presented a report to the clerk's office. That's what will help us in making it sure that it is on the order paper. So give us a copy, then we put it on the order paper.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Then the next item, government.
Item.
And the next, no, there was an issue on floods.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Leader of Opposition submitted to the effect that government made a commitment to compensate to a tune of 20 billion, if I got you right. I beg, Right Honourable Speaker, because the learned leader of opposition was not specific, who in particular made this commitment such that my office can be able to communicate, because you are even indicating 20 billion. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, I know that the Honourable Government Chief Whip has been engrossed with numerous issues also to do with the election, so he has probably not followed up on some issues which he's supposed to. But it's okay, I can remind him. Your appointing authority held a meeting with the Minister for Kampala, who is here, and those traders, and made that commitment. So ours is to follow up with you who are here. I actually had thought the Minister for Kampala will rise up and respond to that issue, because she was in that meeting when that commitment was made to the traders. So with your permission, Honourable Speaker, the informed minister can assist the minister who does not have the information. I thank you.
Even a government chief whip is informed.
I oblige, but of course there are things he doesn't know. He has just considered that he is not aware.
No.
And there's a minister who is aware.
Love. Let's not belittle each other to that tune. He is informed, is a government chief whip, he knows whatever is happening.
I agree with you, Right Honourable Speaker, he knows, so maybe let him tell us.
I can now respond without any fear of contradiction, because there is a saying that when you see a pagan quoting verses in the Bible, then he or she is about to accept Jesus as his Lord and Savior. By peeping and knowing what transpired in a meeting chaired by the President of the Republic of Uganda, could we take it that the Honourable Leader of Opposition is about to come to this side?
Honourable Honorable members, wait, there is no order because he's seated. Honorable members, just a minute. Honorable members, Honorable Kampala, Minister of Kampala, can you give us a report? A report on what has been, no, not now. Not now. I am not saying you comment. I am saying come with a report on Tuesday. Okay? Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have the members of Parliament elect who have come to observe the proceedings of Parliament. We have Honorable Maseruka Robert. Honorable Maseruka Robert, please stand up. Honorable Amanio Sheila, you're most welcome. Honorable members, they have come to learn. They are coming to observe. We have Honorable Wama Mero clap for yours. Honorable Tilu. Honorable Tilu Margaret. Honorable Ngorok Richard. Honorable Katsime Adrin. Honorable Achom Esther. Honorable David Okwere. Honorable Chibase Peace. Honorable Sarah Namlondo. You're most welcome and thank you for coming. Please give me the list for all those. We also have, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Mount St. Mary's College, Namagonga. You're most welcome. Join me in welcoming them. They are represented by Honorable Chiwanuka Abdallah and Honorable Hanifa. You're most welcome and thank you so much for coming. In the VIP gallery, we also have a member of Parliament elect for Nachifoma County, Honorable Chiwanuka Sulaiman. Join me in welcoming these visitors. Honorable member, David, you have something?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to attention of Parliament the matters which is very important and need to be responded to very urgently. Madam Speaker, you know and you're very aware that the absence of peace at home is a nightmare. On the 18th of last month, my people of Agago district, Agago County, were invaded by the cattle raiders. 2 people were shot, 1 died instantly, and 1 is still nursing the wound. Now, the cattle raiders were in full uniform of the UPDF, and they were loaded with AK-47. Not only that, yesterday, late in the evening, another group of people came and raided the town. Imagine the town, Adilang Town Council. They raided 32 goats in town. Now, when the community members and the LCs try to call,
can we have order?
The local leaders were able to call the UPDF to respond.
Again, the same UPDF you're saying came and raided it.
No, the suspected cattle raiders were dressed on UPDF uniform. So yesterday, they again came and raided the town council, and 32 goats were taken. Now, the local leaders tried to call the UPDF to respond quickly, and they were not able to come. So these people were able to escape with the goats. Now, my community are having a lot of fear because this is a season for farming. Community members are fearing to go to the garden because they fear they will be killed or abducted by the cattle raiders.
Thank you.
So my humble prayer is that the family of the victim need to be compensated. And then I am also praying that there are areas where we need security to be enforced. We need more of the security to be added in some of the spots where normally the cattle raiders pass from. So it is my humble request that this house take this into consideration to allow my people to do farming this season peacefully to support the livelihood of the community. I thank you.
First of all, the first cattle thieves who were putting on government uniform may not have been security or may not have been army men themselves. That must be on record, because we cannot have, because you're saying they were putting on uniform.
It is true, Madam Speaker, because this is reliable information I'm giving to Parliament, because there are witnesses. We saw them, the cattle raiders were putting on the uniform of the UPDF. Similar uniform to the UPDF. I am not saying the UPDF, but I'm saying the suspected cattle raiders wearing a similar uniform.
Honorable both of both. Honorable both of both. That could have been a similar resemblance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And
at least it's on record that our UPDF have never been thieves.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. First, the Honorable Member mixed up a few things there. Information which is reliable is information that you witnessed yourself. But I take it as a complaint that he has raised, that there are some concerns of insecurity in that border with the Karamoja side. The UPDF, the raiding of the cattle and the goats, I will take it to Uganda to follow up. But the UPDF does not raid. And I think for the last few years through this Parliament, the support we've gotten from this Parliament, we've done our part, and the UPDF is doing a good job. But this isolated matter, we are going to handle it.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have one of the most professional institutions in the army. The cattle rustlers are not Karamojong. It must be on record that the cattle rustlers are not Karamojong, because they don't write on their faces that they are Karamojong. Those are cattle thieves. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers from Bukakata Seed School, that is from Masaka district. They are represented by Honorable Kanyike Evans and Honorable Namtawe Joan. You're most welcome. The Namagonga girls, we also have our daughter there, Ketra. Solomon also has a kid in Namagonga. Where are you, Ketra? Acheng Ketra, where are you? Next item.
Right Honorable
Francis.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on a point of procedure. The Honorable Minister for Local Government requested for 10 minutes to furnish us with information, and I'm believing that the 10 minutes have expired.
She has not yet come back. She has not
But the
come.
minister is here for local government. The senior minister.
I don't want them to contradict. Let the other one. Honorable Minister, I have not given you to speak. Can we have your minister back? The fact that you allowed her to speak when you are in the house, let her come back and report. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper. Bills first reading. Item 3.1. The supplementary appropriation number 2 bill 2025.
Pursuant to Article 91(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and 156 of the same Constitution and Rule 134(1) and 2 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to table a supplementary appropriation bill number 2 of 2025 for the first reading. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 156(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 2 for 2025 be read for the first time.
Seconded. Seconded by Honorable Bua, Honorable Kafusi, Honorable Helen, Silwanyi, Charity, Paul, Omara, Kabanda, Dubai, Teira, Morris, Noah, Komakech, Gerald, Nancy, Emmanuel, Vicky, Rose, Gabriel, Obama, David, Isaac, Minister of Education, Kefa, Vice Chairperson, Achia, Pamela, Maxi, Flora, Akifensa, Mbabazi, Isibambi, Nalongo is also there. Edakas, by Businje, Vicky, and Ruhama and Mbale. Can you speak to it?
The supplementary appropriation number 2 bill 2025.
Honourable members, this is the bill for the first reading, and pursuant to Rule 135(1) and 2 of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to a Committee of Budget for consideration.
Item 3.2, the Magistrates Courts Amendment Bill 2026.
Pursuant to Article 91(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Rule 134(1) and 2 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, to table the bill for the first reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Magistrates Courts Amendment Bill 2026 be read for the first time in accordance with Rule 134 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. In addition, Madam Speaker and honorable members,
certificate.
I beg to lay the bill and the certificate of financial implications on the table. I beg to move.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 135 1 and 2 of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to a Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Honorable members, the rule is referred to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. And I want to request the chair. I have seen the chair there, John. I've seen Baka. I want this bill back in the House next week.
Item 4 on the order paper, laying of papers. The revised sector budget framework paper for vote 166, National Council of Sports.
Members, as already I guided before, this was deferred for harmonization between the ministry and National Council. And as we said before, this will form a basis for the ministerial policy statement and the budgeting for the sector. Honorable Minister of Education and Sports.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to lay on table the Ministry of Education and Sports Budget Framework paper on National Sports Council Vote 166. I beg to lay.
Please lay. This is a harmonized position, and we'll look at it and see whether it is what was expected.
Item 4A, the Competition Regulations 2025.
Honorable members, Section 27 of the Competitions Act 2024 mandates the minister responsible for trade to make regulations that give effect to Section 27(4) of the Act specifically. This time the minister lays regulations to make the Act before Parliament within 6 months, and the minister is here to lay the regulations.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleague members of Parliament, in accordance with Section 4 of the Competition Act 2024 Cap 66 and Rule 32 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay the Competition Regulations 2025 made under the Competition Act on the table. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The regulations stand referred to a sector committee of trade, of tourism, trade and industry. Honorable ministers, in most cases we get regulations that are inconsistent with the law. So the committee should look at the regulations and see their consistency.
Item 4B, the semi-annual budget performance report for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honorable members, Section 17(1)(c) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Cap 171 requires the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to present progress registered in execution of the national budget biannually. Pursuant to Rule 32 and 33 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to table the report.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the semi-annual budget performance report for financial year 2025-2026, pages 1 to page 2279. This is the first one.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 170.
Madam
You still
Speaker,
have more?
I still have more.
That is volume 1.
Yes. Volume 2 starts from pages 2280 to pages 4560. I lay.
Thank you.
Volume 3 starts from pages 4561 to pages 6840. Volume 4 starts from pages 6841 to pages 9122. I beg to lay. Volume 5 from pages 9121 to pages 11,400. And the last volume, 6, starts from pages 11,401 to 13,687. Madam Speaker, the members would like to know what is contained inside here. I invite you to read the PFMA. You will get to know what is contained in these documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 179H of the Rules of Procedure, the report stands referred to the Committee of Budget.
Item 4C, waiver of outstanding tax arrears for Fresh Cuts Uganda Limited, amounting to Uganda shillings 8,924,780,601 shillings.
Honorable members, Section 43(2) of the Tax Procedure Code Act requires the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to seek for a parliamentary approval for the remission of tax. And pursuant to Rule 32 and 33 of Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister to come and table the request of the waiver. Honorable Minister, and I think one time we asked what was the basis of giving a waiver. Let's receive the report. Let's receive the request, and that's what we shall interrogate in the committee, because we need to get the criteria of who should be given a waiver and who should not.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the waiver of outstanding tax arrears for Fresh Cuts Uganda Limited, amounting to Uganda shillings 8 billion 924,780,601 shillings. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The report stands referred to the committee, Sector Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Item 4D, waiver of tax arrears of innovations for poverty action, 1001888 pursuant to Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act.
Honorable members, still pursuant to Section 43(2) of the Tax Procedure Code Act, the Minister is to lay on table for an approval the waiver. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the request for a waiver of tax arrears of innovations for poverty action pursuant Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act, Cap 343. I beg to lay.
Thank you. This is referred to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Item 4E, the National Planning Authority Annual Performance Report for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable members, Section 18(3) of the National Planning Authority Act 2002 requires the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to table to Parliament the annual report of the National Planning Authority. And pursuant to Rule 32 and Rule 33 of Rules of Procedure, I want to invite the Minister to come and table the report.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the annual performance report for National Planning Authority for the financial year 2024-2025. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 33(5) of Rules of Procedure, the report is referred to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Item 4F, follow-up reports on the status of implementation of audit recommendations of the value for money audit on F1, the procurement and distribution of essential medicines and health supplies by the national medical stores.
Honorable members, Section 21 of the National Audit Act mandates the Auditor General to inquire into the economy, efficiency and effectiveness of the utilization of public resources through value for money audits. The reports are a follow-up, like one of the members had talked about, a follow-up on the implementation of the previous audit recommendations. And pursuant to Rule 180 and 187 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Parliamentary Commissioner to table the reports
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to lay the report on the procurement and distribution of essential medicines and health supplies by the national medical stores. I beg to lay.
The reports are referred to the Committee of Public Accounts Committee, Commissions and Statutory Agencies, COSASE.
Item F2, government efforts to achieve gender equality.
Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to lay the report on government efforts to achieve gender equality. I beg to lay for the Auditor General.
Pursuant to Rule 180, Sub-Rule 3 and 4, the report is referred to the Committee of Public Accounts, Central Government.
Item 4F3, the regulation of universities by the National Council for Higher Education.
Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the regulation of universities by the National Council for Higher Education, NCHE. I beg to lay the report.
Pursuant to Rule 187, 3 and 4 of the Rules of Procedure, the report stands referred to the Committee of Public Accounts, Commissions, Statutory Agencies, COSASE.
Item 4F4, utilization of the District Water and Sanitation Conditional Grant by selected district local governments.
Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to lay the report on the utilization of district water and sanitation of conditional grants by selected district local governments. I beg to lay the report.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 180, Sub-Rule 3 and 4, the report is referred to the Committee of Parks, Central Government.
Item 4G, follow-up report on the value for money audit on the management of petroleum data by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda.
Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I beg to lay the follow-up report on the value for money audit on the management of petroleum data by Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of COSASE.
Item 4H, programmatic audit report of the Global Fund Malaria Grant implemented by the Ministry of Health for the period ending December 2024.
Commissioner.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to lay the programmatic audit report for the Global Fund Malaria Grant implemented by Ministry of Health for the period ending December 2024. I beg to lay.
The report stands referred to the Committee of Park, Central Government.
Item 4I, value for money audit on I1, the regulation of private healthcare practice in Uganda.
Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the regulation of private healthcare practice in Uganda.
Report is referred to the Committee of Park, Central Government.
Item 4I2, the implementation of the affirmative action programs by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I beg to lay the report on the implementation of the affirmative action programs by the Office of the Prime Minister. I beg to lay.
Refer to the Committee of Park, Central Government.
Item 4I3, the management of road, way, bridge, by stations by the Ministry of Works and Transport.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the management of roadway, bridge, by stations by Ministry of Works and Transport. I beg to lay the report.
Refer to Public Accounts, Central Government.
Item 4I4, the licensing and investor support services by Uganda Investment Authority.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I beg to lay the licensing and investor support services by Uganda Investment Authorities. I beg to lay the report.
Refer to Committee of Park, Kosase.
Item 4I5, the effectiveness of interventions by the Office of the Prime Minister in facilitating the achievement of Uganda's nationalized SDG targets by 2030.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report on the effectiveness of the interventions by the Office of the Prime Minister facilitating the achievements of Uganda's nationalized SDG targets by 2030. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Park, Central Government.
Item 4I6, the implementation of interventions to transition from biomass use to clean cooking technology as coordinated by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the implementation of interventions to transition from biomass use to clean cooking technology as coordinated by Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I beg to lay the report on table.
Thank you. Refer to Park, Central Government.
Item 4I7, the implementation of Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund in increasing access and usage of digital devices and services in unserved and underserved areas of Uganda.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the implementation of Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund in increasing access and usage of digital devices and services in unserved and underserved areas in Uganda. I beg to lay the report.
Refer to the Committee of Park, Kosase.
Item 4I8, the performance of special grants for persons with disability.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the performance of special grants for persons with disabilities. I beg to lay the report on table.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Park, Central Government.
Item 4I9, the marking and branding of tourism activities by the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and the Uganda Tourism Board.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the marking and branding of tourism activities by Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and the Uganda Tourism Board. I beg to lay the report.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Park, Central Government.
Item 4I10, the effectiveness of the Ministry of Health and Public Health Facilities in the management of healthcare waste.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the effectiveness of Ministry of Health and Public Health Facilities in the management of healthcare waste. I beg to lay the report.
Refer to the Committee of Park, Central Government.
Item 4I11, the efficiency of operations of public universities in the delivery of education services.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the efficiency of operation of public universities in the delivery of education services. I beg to lay the report on table.
Thank you. Referred to the Committee of Parks, Central Government.
Item 4I12, the management of mental health.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the management of mental health.
Referred to the Committee of Parks, Central Government.
Item 4I13, the performance of the Financial Intelligence Authority in the anti-money laundering chain.
Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the report on the performance of the Financial Intelligence Authority in the anti-money laundering chain. I beg to lay the report on table.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 187.3 and 4 of the Rules of Procedure, the report stands referred to the Committee of Public Accounts. Kosase.
Item 4J, ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027.
Honourable members, Section 1213 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 requires the minister responsible for a vote or a ministry or the head responsible for a vote to submit to Parliament by 15th of March the policy statements for the preceding financial year for the ministries that are under a vote for this case. As I guided before, that 15th would be a Sunday, so we decided that today we would receive the ministerial statements. And each minister will have a ministerial statement laid on table as per the same section. We will have the first ministry as Minister of the first vote, Office of the President. Yes, there's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rule 33 is very clear that we should, before they lay these documents, we should have copies. Madam Speaker, all the documents that they have laid, they are not uploaded. Now we are going for the ministerial policy statements. They are also not uploaded, and neither do we have these copies in our pigeonholes. So is it procedure right to keep laying documents without copies?
We are going to circulate the policy statements immediately they are laid.
So
we'll give you the reports. Yes?
Item J1 of the President.
You're now in the Office of the President.
We want to make records correct. They first lay and we receive. Exactly. How do we get laid copies on our iPads before they are laid? I would suggest, and I know that once they lay, ministries provide us with their policy statements in our pigeonholes. But the honourable member, the way he's rushing to get them before they are laid, we need to be educated more on that.
Madam Speaker, the rule is very clear. Procedure, Madam Speaker. Rule 33 is very clear. You can go and read it.
Honourable members, these are reports which are going to the committees. And if these reports are going to the committees, let's receive them. They will upload them when they are coming back for debate. And they are going to go to your committees. So you'll discuss them in the committees. Yes, honourable members, pursuant to section 1213, a Minister of Presidency.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Right Honourable and members of Parliament, in line with section 3, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, I am honoured to present to you the ministerial policy statement of the presidency of, I don't need to read all that.
No, it's okay, but it is not section 3.
Okay. Section 13. Yeah, 1213.
Section 1213.
Section 1213 of the Public Finance Management Act and the rules of 153, Section 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. I rise to lay on the table the ministerial policy statement of Presidency financial year 2026-2027. The Presidency comprises of 7 votes. Vote 1-1 of the Office of the Presidency. Vote 2-2 State House. Vote 2-3 Ministry of Kampala City Council. Vote 1-7 Uganda AIDS Commission. Vote 1-1-2 Ethics and Integrity. Vote 1-5-158 Internal Security. And vote 1-5-9 External Security Organization. Right Honorable Speaker and members, to enable the Presidency to fulfill its constitutional mandate and contribute to the overall government development agency, I request that the budget for the Presidency 1.61192 trillion be approved. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Pursuant to Section 12, Subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 153, Sub-Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure, the policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee of Presidential Affairs for consideration and report back on 15th April 2026.
Item J2, Office of the Prime Minister.
Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, I move under Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement, Office of the Prime Minister, Vote 003 for the financial year 2026-2027. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 1213 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 153.3 of the Rules of Procedure, the policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee of Presidential Affairs and report back by 15th April 2026.
Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 12, Subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management PFMA Act 2015, and pursuant to the Rule 153, Section 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, I rise to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-2027 of the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. It consists of 2 votes, Vote 167 and Vote 110. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The report is referred to the Committee of Presidential Affairs.
Ministry of
Doctor.
Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Agriculture as twins. Both ministers have stood up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. In accordance with Section 12(13) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and pursuant to Rule 153(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, I rise to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-2027 of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, consisting of vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, vote 125, National Animal Genetic Resources and Database, vote 142, National Agriculture Research Organization, vote 601 to 950, local governments. For consideration by this august House, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 153(3) of the Rules of Procedure, the policy statements are referred to the Sector Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries for consideration.
Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-2027 for the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board. I beg to lay.
Pursuant to Rule 153(3), the policy statement stands referred to Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry for consideration and report back by 15th of April.
Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, in accordance with Section 12, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and pursuant of Rule 153, subsection 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, I rise to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and its agencies for the financial year 2026 and 2027 for your consideration.
Thank you.
The votes involved are vote 15, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, vote 110, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, vote 168, Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotions Authority, and vote 601935 on local government. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The report stands referred to the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry for consideration and report back by 15th.
Ministry of Health.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 12, subsection 13 of the Public Finance and Management Act 2015 and pursuant to Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, allow me present to this House the Ministerial Policy Statement of the Health Sub-Program for financial year 2026-27 for your consideration and approval. The Ministry of Health, vote 014, Ministry of Health, vote 114, Uganda Cancer Institute, vote 115, Uganda Heart Institute, 116, National Medical Stores, 127, Uganda Virus Research Institute, Vote 134, Health Service Commission. Vote 151, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services. Vote 401, Mulago Hospital Complex. Vote 402, Butabika Hospital. Vote 403, Arua Regional Referral Hospital. 404, Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital. 405, Gulu Regional Referral Hospital. 406, Hoima Regional Referral Hospital. 407, Jinja Regional Referral Hospital. 408, Kabale Regional Referral Hospital. 409, Masaka Regional Referral Hospital. 4110, Mbale Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 411, Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 412, Lira Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 413, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. 414, Mubende Regional Referral Hospital. 415, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital. 416, China-Uganda Friendship Referral Hospital, Naguru. 417, Chirudu Regional Referral Hospital. Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 418, Kawempe Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 419, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 420, Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital. Vote 421, Kayunga Regional Referral Hospital. Vote 422, Yumbe Regional Referral Hospital. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to Sector Committee of Health and report back by 15th April 2026.
Ministry of Education and Sports.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I move under Rule 153, subsection 1 of the Rules of Procedure, Parliament of Uganda, and in accordance to Section 12, subsection 13 of the Finance Public Management Act of 2015, I rise to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-2027 for the Ministry of Education and Sports, vote 013, and 19 other votes under the Education Sports Skills Development Sub-Program, vote 111, National Curriculum Development Center, NCDC, vote 128, Uganda National Examinations Board, UNEB, vote 132, Education Service Commission, vote 164, National Council for Higher Education, vote 166, National Council of Sports, vote 169, Uganda Vocational and Technical Assessment Board, vote 170, Uganda Health Professionals Assessment Board, vote 301, Makerere University, vote 302, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, vote 304, Chiambogo University, vote 305, Busitema University, vote 306, Muni University, vote 307, Kabale University, vote 308, Soroti University, vote 309, Gulu University, vote 310, Lira University, vote 312, Uganda Management Institute, vote 313, Mountains of the Moon University, and vote 612, local governments. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee of Education and Sports for consideration.
Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Honorable Minister. Helen, you can do it there.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for allowing me to read from here. Pursuant to Section 12, Clause 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 153, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statements of Vote 018, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Right Honourable Speaker, I also beg to lay Vote 124, Equal Opportunities Commission for the financial year 2026-2027. Thank you.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Sectoral Committee of Gender, Labour and Social Development for consideration.
Ministry of Works and Transport.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, in line with Section 12, subsection Cap 13 of the Public Finance Management Act, I have the honor of presenting to this Parliament the ministerial policy statement for the Integrated Transport Infrastructure Services Program for the financial year 2026-2027. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Sectoral Committee of Fiscal Infrastructure for consideration.
Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Minister of Lands, Honourable Biga.
Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with our Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement for Vote 0112, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and Vote 156, Uganda Land Commission for the financial year 2026-2027. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands refers to the committee, Sectoral Committee of Lands for consideration.
Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Section 1213 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 1531 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure, I present to Parliament the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and its allied statutory institutions, namely Vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Vote 102, Electoral Commission, Vote 105, Law Reform Commission, Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecution, Vote 148, Judicial Service Commission, and Vote 311, Law Development Center. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Chairman. The policy statement stands referred to the Sectoral Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration. The chairman is too humble. Congratulations.
Parliamentary Commission.
Parliamentary Commissions, Commissioner.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement for the Parliamentary Commission, Vote 104. I beg to lay. And this is our own.
The policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration. Thank you, Commissioner.
Ministry of Public Service.
Public Service. Public Service.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, in accordance with Section 12, Subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and pursuant to Rule 153, Subsection 1 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, I rise to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-2027 of the Minister of Public Service, consisting of vote 005, and I beg also to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Public Service Commission, consisting of vote 146, for consideration by this August House. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stand referred to the Committee of Local Government, Public Service and Local Government for consideration.
Ministry of Local Government.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I beg to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-27 for vote 011, Minister of Local Government, vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission, and votes 601 to 935 for all local governments in Uganda. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stand referred to the Sector Committee of Public Service and Local Government for consideration.
Ministry of Water and Environment.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Members of Parliament, in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and pursuant to Rule 156 or 153 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, I rise to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-2027 of the Ministry of Water and Environment, consisting of votes 019, Ministry of Water and Environment, 150, NEMA, and 606, Local Government, plus the Worker Plan for National Water and Sewage Corporation for consideration by this August House. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Aisha. The policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee of Environment and Natural Resources for consideration.
Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Honorable Ukasai. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in accordance with Section 12, Subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and pursuant to Rule 153, Subsection 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I rise to lay the Ministry Statement for Ministry of Energy for the financial year 2026-2027, And I also wish to lay vote 139 for Petroleum Authority of Uganda for consideration by this House. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources.
Ministry
For
of Foreign
consideration.
Affairs. Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with Section 13, the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and in pursuant of Rule 1531 of the Rules of Procedures of Parliament of Uganda, I lay on the table the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-2027 of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, consisting of vote 006, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and votes 501 to 538, missions abroad, amounting to Uganda shillings 551,244,000,000 shillings for consideration and approval. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee on Foreign Affairs for consideration and report back.
Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, in keeping with Section 1213 of the PFMA and Rule 1531 of the Rules of Procedure, I beg to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Financial Year 26-27, comprising votes 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs Headquarters, vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control, vote 135, Government Analytical Laboratory, vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority, vote 144, Uganda Police Force, and vote 145, Uganda Prison Service. I beg to lay, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee of Defence and Internal Affairs for consideration.
Ministry of Defence and Veteran Affairs.
Honorable O.O.
Right Honourable Speaker, I seek to move you and this Honourable House under Section 1213 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and pursuant to Rule 1531 of the Rules of Procedure of this Honourable Parliament, and lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for 2026-2027 of the Ministry of Defence and Veteran Affairs, vote 004, for consideration by this Honourable House. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee on Defence and Internal Affairs.
Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, in compliance with Section 1213 of the Public Finance Management Act, I beg to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and affiliated agencies as follows. Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Vote 108, National Planning Authority. Vote 123, National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. Vote 129, Financial Intelligence Authority. Vote 130, Treasury Operations. Vote 141, Uganda Revenue Authority. Vote 143, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Vote 153, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority. And vote 163, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. I beg to lay Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development for consideration.
Ministry of East African Community Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay on table the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of East African Community Affairs for financial year 2026-2027. Vote 021. I beg to lay.
The policy statement stands referred to the Committee of East African Community Affairs for consideration.
Office of the Auditor General.
Commissioner, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, pursuant to Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement, Office of the Auditor General, Vote 131. I beg to lay for the financial year 2026-2027. I beg to lay.
The policy statement stands referred to the Sector Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Ministry of ICT and National Guidance.
Honorable Minister.
Inspectorate of Government.
IGG.
Kampala Capital City Authority.
Right Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Section 12(13) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, I present a ministerial policy statement for Vote 122, Kampala Capital City Authority for financial year 2026-2027. Major achievements registered during financial year 2024-2025 and the half year of 2025-2026, including challenges faced in implementation, proposed budget estimation and planned outputs for financial year 2026-2027, key priorities that have remained unfunded. Honorable Speaker, addressing the funding gaps in this ministerial policy statement will go a long way in enhancing service delivery in the city and restore public trust, and enhance the image of the city, especially as the country gears up to host the 2027 AFCON. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee of Presidential Affairs for consideration.
Ministry of ICT and National Guidance.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, pursuant to Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure, I beg to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for Financial Year 2026-2027, covering Vote 020, Ministry of Information, Communications Technology and National Guidance, and Vote 126, National Information Technology Authority, Uganda. I beg to lay.
The policy statement stands referred to the Committee of ICT for consideration.
The Inspectorate of Government.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, pursuant to Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Inspectorate of Government, Vote 103 for the financial year 2026-2027. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report back by 15th April 2026.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion urging government to recognize the sickle cell disease as a major public health concern that requires immediate budgetary attention.
Yes, Honorable Obama.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Isingoma.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to take members back a bit. When the Minister of Education was presenting, she mentioned so many universities which have votes, but I didn't hear Bunyoro University. Although the Minister is not here, but the Government Chief Whip, I think, since he appears to be a widely knowledgeable man, he can give us an explanation. Why are we not having Bunyoro University?
And Busoga.
And Busoga.
Yes.
Bunyoro and Busoga. Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, you could find out and then report back on Tuesday, because we need those universities in the budget. Yes.
Motion urging government to recognize the sickle cell disease as a major public health concern that requires immediate budgetary attention.
Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure, the motion was brought, and now I want to invite the mover of the motion to move this motion. Honorable Basalirwa.
Veteran Speaker, I thank you so much. This is a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to recognize the sickle cell disease as a major non-communicable disease that requires urgent public health intervention. Veteran Speaker, we move the motion with a lot of emotion. As victims, as carriers, but also as concerned citizens. Veteran Speaker, whereas the national objectives and direct principles of state policy of the 1995 Constitution enjoin the state to take all practical measures to ensure the provision of basic medical services to the population, and whereas the 59th World Health Assembly that was held on the 27th of May 2006 under Resolution 5920 on sickle cell anemia expressed concern that the global mortality and morbidity caused by sickle cell disease particularly in developing countries, as well as the suffering experienced by patients and their families, among others. Aware that following the 59th World Health Assembly, member states in which sickle cell anemia is a public health problem were urged to design, implement, and systematically reinforce comprehensive national integrated programs for the prevention and management of sickle cell anemia, including surveillance, dissemination of information, awareness raising, counseling, and screening, among others, noting that in 2016, Uganda was reported to have a significant burden of sickle cell disease, with a national sickle cell trait prevalent at approximately 13.3%, indicating that about 1 in 7 people is a carrier, while the prevalence of sickle cell disease was estimated at around 0.8%, with notable regional variations. Further noting that sickle cell disease remains a public health concern prevalent in Uganda and a contributor to child mortality, with about 20,000 babies being born with the sickle cell disease annually and approximately 6,000 to 9,000 children dying before their 50th birthday, largely due to lack of early diagnosis and inadequate access to comprehensive care. Aware that treating sickle cell disease imposes a significant economic burden on the patients and their families, especially given that according to the disease trends reported in the Ministry of Health Annual Health Sector Performance Report 2022-2023, hospital admissions of sickle cell patients increased by 28.5%. Cognizant of the government interventions through the Ministry of Health in the fight against sickle cell disease, including mandatory sickle cell screening for all newborn babies, implementing targeted screening in high prevalence regions, integrating sickle cell disease treatment within the non-communicable diseases department, and institutionalizing sickle cell disease services within the national health system. Concerned that despite the government efforts to combat sickle cell disease, inadequate resource allocation and limited investment in sickle cell programs continue to contribute to increasing prevalence and sustained mortality. Further concerned that the sickle cell disease remains one of the most traumatizing genetic diseases, resulting in significant psychosocial and economic consequences for patients and their families, including recurrent painful cries, chronic medical complications, increased mobility and mortality, frequent hospitalization, reduced quality of life, social stigma, disrupted education and employment, and considerable financial strain due to long-term care and treatment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament urges government, 1, to recognize the sickle cell disease as a major non-communicable disease that requires urgent public health intervention, and 2, provide adequate funding to facilitate mandatory screening, treatment access, research, and public awareness, and number 3, to strengthen the sickle cell disease awareness campaign to educate the public on the genetic nature of the disease to prevent transmission of the disease. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? By the whole House. But I can mention Dr. Yume, Honorable O.O., Patrick, Dr. Bedi, Dr. Lulume, Dr. Ginger, the leader of opposition, Honorable Solo, Honorable Christine, Honorable
I'm looking at Honorable Ikojo, Honorable Angura, Honorable Orone, Honorable Giovannis, Honorable Goli, Honorable my friend Fox is there. Honorable Ferigo Nalongo is also there. Honorable Kavanda, Honorable Chemongesi, Honorable Dubai, Honorable Dr. Nekesa, Honorable Charity, Honorable Ethel, Honorable John, Augon, Noah, Gabriel, and you putting me under test by the whole house. Yes, would you love to speak to your motion?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleague members of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, in the motion that I tabled, I spoke to certain statistics that I want to highlight further in justifying the motion, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, according to the statistics from the Ministry of Health, Uganda globally takes the 5th position in the sickle cell prevalence, and we are 3rd in Africa. And as I mentioned, Right Honourable Speaker, about 7 million Ugandans carry the sickle cell trait, and it is across the regions of this country. Particularly in Lango, Alebutong is most affected. Right Honourable Speaker, in Busoga, Namutumba, in Renzori, Bundibujo, in Bunyoro, it is Bulisa. In Iteso, it is Amuria with the prevalence of about 24%. Right Honourable Speaker, other places like Bujiri, where I come from, is about 22.7%. In Katakwi, it's about 20%. In Chikube, about 33%. In Bulisa, about 26%. Right Honourable Speaker, and as I mentioned, about 9,000 babies die before 5 years. Right Honourable Speaker, the statistics I am adumbrating don't relate to forests. They are not about stones. These are statistics about human beings and wananchi that are affected by this disease. Right Honourable Speaker, these statistics have been exacerbated by the inadequate funding of this disease and the fact that increasingly there is declining development aid towards the health sector because most donors, Right Honourable Speaker, are not interested in funding non-communicable diseases. And Right Honourable Speaker, as I highlighted, the burden on families and household income is immense, arising out of the cost of treatment of this disease. Right Honourable Speaker, we all recall the case of a lady, Hope Fortunate Achiro, who spent about 2 billion shillings treating her 2 children in India, but who unfortunately passed on. You can imagine spending such amounts of money, but still your children died. Right Honourable Speaker, at a political level, there are increasing community fundraising and funding requests from even us, members of Parliament, from families that have been afflicted by this disease, because ideally you require between 300 million to 1 billion to travel abroad, especially to India, for this treatment. For the burden on us, even as MPs, is enormous, arising out of this disease. Right Honourable Speaker, there is increasing stigmatization of the affected persons and increasing domestic violence, especially among women and children, who are actually looked at as the cause of the disease in the family. You know, Right Honourable Speaker, in most of our traditional and chauvinistic families, when there are ailments of this nature, they are attributed to the women as the cause. And that is in the public domain. And as a result, it is increasing domestic violence in some areas. Right Honourable Speaker, in our schools, sickle cell warriors are mismanaged due to lack of awareness, training, and basic facilities that are needed to make these schools safe places for the learners. And simple actions like removing sweaters from learners can deteriorate their health and could potentially lead to loss of lives. But because there is no awareness, you find school authorities actually implementing such kind of actions to the detriment of the children. Madam Speaker, I also want to mention that there is no specialized medical doctors for adolescents and adults with sickle cell disease. All specialized sickle cell treatment in the country is actually undertaken by pediatricians. This causes more stigma to the adults that are seeking treatment and actually more congestion in the pediatric clinics for the sickle cell. Right on, Speaker, we also want to take note that unlike HIV, we don't have a sickle cell registry in the country, and it is because of a lack of a structured testing program. In light, right on, Speaker, of what we have mentioned, we urge government and this parliament to consider a raft of interventions for purposes of addressing this scourge. But right on, Speaker, all this can be possible if there are resources that are dedicated and committed. And therefore, it is incumbent upon us as Parliament to consider that while debating this motion. And right on, Speaker, once there are resources, we'll be able to build a national registry for sickle cell disease to facilitate treatment. The capacity of health laboratories will be enhanced, and this will enable comprehensive testing and also to scale up the treatment and care across the country. Right on, Speaker, as Parliament, I would also humbly submit that the Honourable Prime Minister or the Minister for Health should occasionally present a report on the state of sickle cell disease in Uganda and the strategy for managing this growing non-communicable disease. Right on, Speaker, we can achieve all this if there is substantial allocation of resources towards management and treatment of sickle cell disease and the need to ring-fence monies for treatment and management of this disease. Right on, Speaker, if this motion carries the day, it will not be the first time for this Parliament to ring-fence monies to cater for particular activities or projects. Right on, Speaker, since, as I've mentioned, sickle cell disease is a leading non-communicable disease in Uganda with dire consequences for the country and the victims and affected families, we can no longer afford to treat it casually. We need structured programming, dedicated funding, and a national focus on this disease. Right on, Speaker, I pray that this 11th Parliament has gone on record on many issues under your leadership. I pray that we should once again go on record for having recognized sickle cell disease as a major public health concern that requires urgent public attention, that requires focused funding. And I know once the motion carries the day, it will once again go on your record as we prepare to usher you in as the Speaker of the 12th Parliament. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Asumani, and honorable members, the issues that Honorable Asumani raises are very pertinent. Sickle cell has become worse than anything else. Honorable Hope.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I also want to thank Honorable Asuman, Right Honorable. Like you said, the motion he's raising is very pertinent in this country. Because when you look at the globe, Uganda is ranked number 5 amongst the countries highly affected by sickle cell disease. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this motion that government considers this serious burden of public concern that needs urgent attention in terms of budgeting. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has made a number of commitments towards achieving good health. Amongst the SDs that we are signatory to, health and well-being is number 3, And Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot say we have good health and well-being when 13.3% of Ugandans are suffering from sickle cell disease, considering the poverty levels that we have in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the other concern that we have to look to as the 11th Parliament, as we really support this motion, is the fact that we are signatory to the Abuja Declaration, where we want to work towards achieving 15% funding to health in totality of the budget of the country. And as we speak right now, Right Honorable Speaker, we are at 8.1%. If we do this strategic and deliberate funding to such diseases like sickle cell, Right Honorable, this will take us towards achieving the 15%. I want to urge this Honorable House to support this motion, that we really consider sickle cell disease a serious burden to this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Ayume. Thank you, Nalongo. The social sciences.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, I would like to join the move of the motion. I would like to support this motion urging government to recognize sickle cell disease as a major public health concern that requires immediate budgetary allocation. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it warms my heart that the move of the motion is a non-medical person, but he also comes from a region where the disease is very prevalent. That's the Busoga sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, sickle cell disease is preventable. And the outcome of two excited adults who are carriers 9 months later giving birth to a child who is a sickler, this can be prevented if there is a lot of public awareness. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 30 years ago, we came out strong on HIV/AIDS, and it was because that there was big political will, religious leaders were on board, cultural leaders were on board, and today our prevalence of HIV jumped from 20% to 6.4%. So the statistics that the Honorable Member has given is possible if we put all our hands on deck. I therefore encourage that it should not only be scientifically led or because of funding, but politicians, especially the women MPs, should come out quite strong. When you go back to your constituencies, you need to sensitize the population. We need to tap into the religious leaders. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, at one point, you would not get married if you had not put a certificate of HIV testing. And I think we can do the same for sickle cell. The church came out strong. We need to do strong on that. We can also tap into the cultural leaders and influencers. Like you, Madam Speaker, you're a very big influencer. Bad Black, Zari. All these are, Right Honorable Speaker, all these are social media influencers, and they have a following. Biaru, Gloria Buji, and so forth. Balaam is a very big influencer.
Actually, Lob is a very good influencer.
Even the Lob is an influencer, Dr. Baiga Lulume, and so forth. So we need to tap into this. But Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to also salute this Parliament that in 2023, when I was chairman of the Health Committee, we allocated money for a drug called hydroxyurea. We ring-fenced it and gave it to NMS with strict instructions that they should not touch that money or the environment. And I would want to tell this august House, Right Honorable Speaker, that that drug has done wonders. It has alleviated suffering, and we now need to get it to our lower level units. And the cost of 1 capsule of that drug is 1,000 shillings. So, Right Honorable Speaker, if we allocated 5 to 10 billion shillings this financial year, ring-fenced it and gave it to NMS, I think we are able to do wonders. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the percentage of sickle cell disease, we have what we call the trait. The trait is higher, it's at 13.3%. But the honorable member told you that in a district like Aleptong, it's 23%. And this mirrors the incidence where we get high malaria incidence. So as we try and tackle down sickle cell, we also need to look at the issue of malaria. Sickle cell is not only about the budget, it's about behavior change. So if two adults can say we are not going to get married, we are carriers of the trait, then we can wipe out sickle cell disease. JCRC is doing heavy research in what we call gene editing, where we are trying to see if we can delete the sickle cell gene, which is very prominent among blacks. And that's how God created us. It's less prominent in Europeans, but common in blacks. About 45% of Africans are carriers of the sickle cell trait. So, Right Honorable, it's doable, and I would therefore like to join my colleague in supporting the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The motion is very clear. It's about creating public awareness on sickle cell, mandatory testing, funding. Dr. Nekesa, you want to say something?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the House at large. I stand here to support the motion about sickle cell disease. Honorable Speaker, in modern times, much aware that sickle cell disease is a killer, and unless known and treated early, can give families misery. And then modern times dictate that our families are really looked into, their treasure. So a child born with sickle cell disease can be a burden to the family and the nation and the economy. However, with the modern technology, like earlier said by the former chair of health, besides gene editing, we also can be able to get and know that there are technologies that help children who have genes for sickle cell, and they get better children through like intravenous fertilization, and you get babies who are not going to be sickle cell. So we also pray in that this August House, with the time, we are able to get a technology and assist reproduction, and children that the fetal that have it not have to grow up with it at all through intravenous fertilization and others. So for that matter, I support that couples who are going to have anything to do with marriage do know their status, and if there are any genes for that matter that are at risk, science gets handy in, and then we're able to have better children and better families. With that, I thank you for the opportunity.
Now that tells you the importance of the assisted reproductive bill that was brought in the House, and that's what Dr. Nekesa is talking about. Maybe we could amend prayer 2, where you say to provide adequate funding, to urge government to provide, Dr. Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion, particularly at this moment when the 11th Parliament passed a legislation, the Human Organ Donation and Transplant Law, that really facilitates a science that cures the disease. Right Honorable Speaker, World Health Organization recognizes that bone marrow transplant or the hematopoietic stem cell transplant is a potential curative therapy. It's a viable treatment option, particularly for patients with severe disease and complication. What I should urge government to do is to improve access. Now that we have the law in place, we should have access such that for those who are sick, at least they can get cure. In access, or in improving access, we are looking at developing the expertise. Right Honorable Speaker, what we need to cure is actually cells from the bone marrow. These are blood products. The technology available in the blood banks, what we call blood banks, we can have sufficient technology to isolate some of these products that we need to actually come about with this cure. The specialist required is a human.
Dr. Lulome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. There are, maybe my colleague would give way. He'll come back and complete. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to second this motion, and I want to thank the mover for bringing this important motion. First of all, the public health concern about educating the masses becomes an important ingredient in managing this scourge of the disease. But the other concern is about the international agencies which have been supporting the Ugandan government. WHO, UNICEF, whose resources cannot be predictable, which calls for our government to ensure that this disease is contained. We want also to descend down into the schools, because this is where education is more important, right, Honorable Speaker? Because the boys and girls may not wait until they are educated by radio or TV or through any other thing, because they will start their sex action while they are young. And then you'll find them making babies without knowing or without even screening. So it is going to be important, this education to be cascaded to the grassroots level, including the schools, in the primary schools and secondary schools, before children reach to the age of the majority, so that they make decisions while knowing what exactly they are going to come up with, just in case they are carriers. The other thing is about the expense in the management of this disease and the availability of the medicines that can help to prevent the severe pain that our children go through, especially when they get attacks. Hydroxyurea is a drug of choice which has been procured by national medical stores and given to the various health facilities. But you may find that many of our patients in the community may not even know that there exist such medicines in the hospitals. And therefore, it becomes an imperative for us to advocate for more resources to buy hydroxyurea to prevent those already afflicted by this disease, in order to lead a better life and to assist management of the disease better, so that our parents and children don't suffer the pain which has been described by the Lande friend here, Honorable Basalibu. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the motion, but also to tell the honorable colleagues and the country at large that as we urge government, we also have to appreciate it, because so far, currently, we manufacture sickle cell test kits in Uganda, and the Ministry of Health has brought in a new initiative of buying every child born to be tested of sickle cell. So I think this initiative, if the motion takes the day of ring-fencing the money, will help to provide the funds that will enable Ministry of Health to buy these kits now that they are locally manufactured, and enable all facilities in the country to have them at the lowest level and train those that deliver women, even at health center 3s, to be able to test and be sure that the child has sickle cells or they don't, and that gradually will help us reduce the burden as stated by Honorable Basaira in his motion.
Thank you.
So I second the motion, and I want to thank you for that.
And Honorable, not everybody knows or knew that we manufacture the test kits. That's why it is important for us to create the awareness. And maybe in the first prayer, where you're saying to recognize, we could say to further recognize the sickle cell disease as one of the major, because there are other major ones. So we could also put that. Yes, Laura.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to support the motion from a disability perspective. One of the causes of disability in this country is sickle cell disease. It causes cognitive impairment and physical disabilities. But also, Uganda has an obligation under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities to, as much as possible, curb the growth of disability. Therefore, the reason I'm supporting the motion is because when we implement what the Honourable Basalirwa has proposed in the motion, in one way or another, we are trying to reduce on the number of persons with disabilities, which is an international obligation that we have as a country, but also, much as we are persons with disabilities, one of the families that we believe should not grow is the family of disability. So I want to support the motion on the base from a disability perspective. I thank you.
Government.
Right Honourable Speaker, the debate about sickle cell disease is not only for the scientists. That is why I want to thank Honourable Asuman for moving the motion. I wish to state on behalf of government that government of Uganda through the Ministry of Health recognizes sickle cell disease as a major or one of the major public health challenges. The national trade prevalence, as earlier on alluded to by Honorable Dr. Ayume, is 13.3%, and over 20,000 babies are born with the disease annually, to add on to the statistics. Government of Uganda through the Ministry of Health has adopted a proactive and comprehensive position on sickle cell disease. I want to give an example of Lango sub-region where I come from, because I know for a fact that the testing machine is currently available in about 4 health facilities, one at Lira Regional Referral Hospital, another one at Apache General Hospital, then a Leptong Health Center 4, and a Molatar Health Center 4, being part of the proactive management of sickle cell disease by government of Uganda. Under the preventive focus, Right Honourable Speaker, for us as public officers, it is important for us to take stock and use all the public gatherings in order to drum up support. First of all, by announcing the presence of this big lion within our midst, such that people can even move on their own to know their respective status in as far as sickle cell disease is concerned, especially in health centers and general hospitals where the testing machines are available. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of sickle cell disease is also getting integrated into the national health system by the Ministry of Health on behalf of Government of Uganda. Government is also trying its best to ensure availability of essential medicines, just like Honorable Ayume alluded to that fact. We are also encouraging public-private partnerships. There are a number of organizations that are moving into the countryside to complement the efforts of government in sensitizing our local communities on the presence of sickle cell disease. So all is not lost. It is work in progress. This is a new monster that has attacked our respective villages. It is important that we make the loudest noise in order to mitigate the prevalence rate and bring it down like we did for HIV/AIDS. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I put a question that the motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to recognize sickle cell disease as a major public health concern that requires immediate budgetary attention be adopted by this House with its amendments. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. The clerk is instructed to extract a resolution and transmit to the relevant government agencies or ministries. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper, Bill's second reading, the National Legal Aid Bill 2022.
Honorable members, you will recall that the National Legal Aid Bill was read for the first time on 28 September 2022 and referred to the Sectoral Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The bill came up for the second reading on Wednesday, 16th December 2022. However, a number of issues were raised requiring harmonization between the sponsor of the bill, Honorable Algon Silas, and the executive. On Thursday, 17th 2022 December, a harmonization meeting was held in which it was agreed that further harmonization between the sponsor and the Attorney General and the Sectoral Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs was necessary. Since then, the bill remains pending. Given the tight schedule of the remaining duration of the 11th Parliament, I seek a conclusive resolution on this matter on the floor. If government has a more sustainable option for legal aid matters in the justice, law, and order sector, then the House should be informed and the sponsor should be able to withdraw this bill in the interest of greater common good. The Attorney General will give us an update and tell us if he's willing to take on the bill in line with Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the summary and the history of this bill has been well enumerated by the Right Honourable Speaker, and I thank you for that. Right Honourable Speaker, currently legal aid is handled in an ad hoc basis using the Justice Centre under the Justice, Law and Order sector. However, we do appreciate the intervention of the private member with this bill. We do agree with the principle behind the legal aid bill. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, what we have not been able to reconcile on are some of the salient aspects, particularly the financing of this bill. Right Honourable Speaker, I am still conferring with my colleague, and we think that we can be able to bring back this bill after harmonizing with Ministry of Finance and finding a sustainable method of financing this legal aid. So if it pleases this Honourable House, we would be happy to take over the bill under Rule 147, but bring back the bill as we did with the sports bill between government and the private member. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Mover.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, 3 days back when I saw the other paper and I saw that the National Legal Aid Bill was item number 6 in the other paper, I got so excited. I slept very well. I woke up early. I was feeling so sound because I was excited. Right Honorable Speaker, for the next 2 days I decided not to sleep because I was actually awake, preparing to now have this bill debated by this August House so that the citizens of this country would actually have the final gift from this 11th House to the nation. And I thought this was going to be the one. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about legal aid, we are talking about legal support to the vulnerable, to the marginalized, to the indigent persons, those who cannot afford legal services, the services of lawyers. Look at our situation here. You can be somebody who is a candidate in the parliamentary elections. You lose an election, but because there was an issue. You want the services of a lawyer, but you cannot afford. Those are some of the instances. But we are talking about the family level. I'm just giving a background, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Silas, everybody appreciates the importance of the legal aid bill. And we all need it. But we do not want your bill to collapse with the term. And that's why we are saying, can we move it forward to the next term so that we have it brought back in the House? This is a very important bill.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have not yet concluded. Because in my mind,
I know that you will not conclude. I know you.
Hey, you know,
I want us to be mindful of time. We have a lot on paper. Please.
Honorable Speaker, I'm so mindful about time. I treat this submission like
it is to your interest that this bill is brought back to the House other than elapsing it with this Parliament. Look at Rule 245.
Thank you. As somebody is advising me not to cry, I am always a strong man, even under strong circumstances like this one. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Aogon Silas, what I am requesting you to do, one, you will bring back this bill in the 12th Parliament together with the government, the way the sports bill was brought in the House.
Yeah, I'm proceeding.
And when you bring it, you will work together with the government, since you have all the information, you have all the data, all the literature to that effect.
Honorable Speaker, you are the custodian of all this, and I want to proceed straight away and read the motion for withdrawal of the National Legal Aid Bill 2022.
Yes.
I am well informed. I am an adult above 18. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, based on the guidance from the Attorney General, from the Speaker of the House, from the committee, and well-wishers of all the Ugandans, I beg to move that in accordance with the Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the National Legal Aid Bill 2022 be withdrawn. Justification. The National Legal Aid Bill 2022 was read for the first time.
Honorable, you need second us to that effect first. I have Honorable Mouma there, Honorable Ferrigo, Honorable Laura, Honorable Richard, Honorable Chan, Honorable Hope, Honorable Fox, Honorable Jacob, Honorable David, Honorable Elakas, Honorable Kifensa, Honorable Rose, Honorable Linda, Honorable Margaret, Vicky, Honorable Noah, Gabriel, Apio, Kasanda, government. Honorable Opposition Whip. Now, concerned are both man and woman.
So, right.
You know, I can't mention his name because he's my father. Yes.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I accept to do this because I am so excited that now government is accepting to take full responsibility to fund legal aid. And I would beg that you undertake and make the commitments as I read below.
He has already undertaken.
Right Honorable Speaker, give me the chance.
Honorable Attorney General, the withdrawal of this bill is based on the fact that you are going to co-own the bill. That's number one. And in the process of co-owning the bill, government will take responsibility of the bill.
I beg for your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, that I read out my own plea to government. Number one, that the government undertakes to jointly develop a bill and have it ready for reintroduction in the first session of the 12th Parliament.
The first session of the 12th Parliament is a voting of the Speaker of Parliament, who will be the triple A and double T.
Madam, Right Honorable Speaker.
That is the first session, the first sitting of the first session. Honorable Attorney General, just give him confidence. No. Let him give you his requirements, and then you give him the confidence.
Right Honorable
Okay,
Speaker.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I beg you to protect me as your member.
It is okay.
Allow me the liberty. When I talk about the first session, I'm talking about the first 12 months of the next house. I'm just not referring to the first sitting, but the first session. Number two, that the Minister of Finance undertakes to timely grant a certificate of financial implication to the bill when applied for. Number three, that the government undertakes to finance the provision of legal aid services in Uganda. And finally, that the government undertakes to report to the House the progress of this process on a quarterly basis. That is every 3 months. There, I'll know that you are now determined and you are serious. I beg to move.
Attorney General.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Like I said, the government is undertaking to co-own and co-sponsor a bill on legal aid. I cannot usurp the powers of this House on how the money of government will be appropriated. So this House will determine what they are going to give to this bill. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable O.O.
But I have...
Honorable, you say you're second of the bill. You want to go with the bill?
I must thank the Speaker and the Attorney General for this very innovative way of saving business ahead of time. And I think, Honorable Silas, you should be more excited that this matter finally has gotten the attention of government. I only got a bit discouraged when you were reading conditions as if you are getting out of the bill. The government has given you the latitude and opportunity to work together. So if you are saying all this, what will you say in your behind the scenes?
I put a question that the National Legal Aid Bill 2022 be withdrawn. Those in favor say and the contrary. The ayes have it.
Item 7 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The Human Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill 2023.
Attorney General, do you have somebody to handle that?
Right Honorable Speaker, this was a private member's bill, but a conversation had been commenced between Ministry of Health and the private member on how Ministry of Health also had a bill. So they were reconciling the same bill.
Yes.
They had finished the regulatory impact assessment, they had gone through the principles, and they had started the drafting. So the two parties were harmonizing. But then before we could get into that, we entered into this new space. But again, this bill will be brought by government. So I pray that this bill be withdrawn or it lapses and then it can be brought by government. I beg to submit.
Honorable, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, whereas I respect the advice of the Land Attorney General, I would suggest that we could give time to the mover, the one who brought the bill, so that we hear whether he concurs with the Attorney General officially.
Honorable members, one of the issues that we agreed on this bill, that government takes it over. And because the same bill was before cabinet, but we can still stand over it and wait for the mover, and if the mover is not there, Rule 245 will sweep it off. Next.
Item 8 on the order paper, Bill second reading, the Contract Farming Bill 2023.
Honorable members, you recall that the Contract Farming Bill 2023 was read for the first time on 30th April 2024 and referred to the Sectoral Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. On 4th March 2025, the bill came up for the second reading, during which various issues arose leading to the harmonization meeting between the sponsor, Honorable Dr. Abed Bwanika, the Attorney General, and the committee. This outcome of the harmonization remains pending to date, just as we treated the National Legal Aid Bill. I require the front bench to make undertaking and conclusively address the matter. If need be, government is convinced that the object of the bill can still be achieved within the existing legal and policy regimes, then they should persuade the House accordingly, and this will help the legislature. And if the mover of the bill is around, and I see him, Dr. Bedi, he could move a motion to withdraw the bill, and then the bill is reintroduced in the 12th Parliament. Honorable Abedi.
Right Honorable Speaker, motion for withdrawal of the Contract Farming Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that in accordance with Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Contract Farming Bill 2024 be withdrawn. I beg to move.
Seconded. Is the withdrawal seconded by Honorable Basalira, Honorable Rose, Honorable Gabriel, Honorable Mouma, David, Honorable Okwalinga, Honorable Yusuf Insibambi Council, Honorable Hope Grania, Honorable Ayume, Honorable Oo, Honorable Obua Hamson Dennis, Honorable Fox, Honorable Jackson, Honorable Penina, Honorable Chan, Honorable Elders. Would you want to speak to it?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Contract Farming Bill 2024 was read to Parliament for the first time on the 30th April 2024, and the Speaker referred the bill to the Committee of Agriculture, Animal and Fisheries for study, scrutiny, and report back within 45 days. The bill seeks to create a legal framework to regulate the execution of transactions relating to consolidation of parcels of land and agriculture establishment in a single land unit for commercial agriculture sale and for commercial agriculture sale of future agricultural produce at a mutually agreed price, and supply of farm inputs and services between a farmer and a buyer of agricultural produce. This bill seeks to cure one of the biggest challenges of farmers in this country, which is the price of their commodities. The Committee of Agriculture, Animal and Fisheries carried out the study, scrutinized the bill, and presented this report to the House on the 24th of March 2025. And the presiding officer then raised issues that needed the harmonization between the committee, the mover, and the Attorney General. The harmonization was begun. We interacted with the Attorney General, and we picked on so many issues that were useful in the bill, and he advised that the Minister of Agriculture takes it on. We are supposed to interact more, but I believe we have been caught with time. This is a crucial bill that requires all stakeholders to be in agreement in order to find it, to have it effective. Accordingly, I hereby seek leave and the permission to withdraw the Contract Farming Bill 2024. I beg to move.
Thank you, Dr. Bed. I put a question that the Contracts Farming Bill 2023 be withdrawn. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Item 9 on the order paper. Bill second reading, the Sexual Offences Bill 2024.
Honorable members, the Sexual Offences Bill 2024 was read for the first time on 14th October 2024 and referred to the Joint Committee of the Sectoral Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs and Committee of Gender, Labour and Social Development. During scrutiny of the bill, it has emerged that government has reservations given that the object of the bill is defining and criminalizing sexual offences, which is already covered under the existing laws. To conserve time and the effort, I will ask the committee, I will ask the sponsor of the bill, who was Honorable Adeke Ebaju Ann, and who has delegated Honorable Flavia of Kasanda to bring a motion on of withdrawal. Kasanda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members present, on behalf of the mover of this motion, Honorable Deke Anna Ibaju, District Woman MP, Soroti, I beg to move that in accordance with Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Sexual Offences Bill 2024 be withdrawn.
Seconded by Honorable Bua, Honorable Baka, Honorable Taylor, Honorable Mooma, Gabriel, Noah, Gerald, Mukatuliki, Vicky, Honorable Linda, Honorable Moses Waliomo, Honorable Margaret, Honorable Cassandra. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Justification. Honorable members, the Sexual Offences Bill 2024 was read for the first time on Monday, 14th October 2024, and referred to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny and consideration. The object of this bill is to enact a specific law on sexual offences for the effectual prevention of sexual violence, to enhance punishment of sexual offenders, to provide for the protection of victims during sexual offences trials, to provide for extraterritorial application of the law, to repeal some provisions of the Penal Code Act, Cap 128. The committee has so far carried out extensive consultations on the bill and received varying views which have the effect of altering the subject matter of the bill. I therefore move to withdraw the Sexual Offences Bill 2024. Thank you very much.
I put a question that the Sexual Offences Bill 2024 be withdrawn. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Item 13 on the order paper, Bill second reading, the Human Resource Management Professionals Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the Human Resource Management Professionals Bill 2025 was tabled by a private member, Honorable Margaret, on 9 September 2025 and referred to a joint committee of the Sector Committee of Public Service and Local Government, and that of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The bill sought to professionalize and regulate human resource management practices. During the consideration, it emerged that government intends to take over the bill to broaden its scope and application. I will now invite the sponsor, Honorable Margaret, to move a motion on withdrawal of the bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We had started moving with the Ministry of Public Service, and we have had meetings, but the way I see it, I think it is better that they take it over, so long as the
then you can you will reintroduce it when the new term begins.
I will. Thank you.
So move a motion of withdrawal.
I thank you so much, and Honorable Speaker and the honorable members, I beg to give notice that my wish to withdraw the Human Resource Management Bill 2025 in
You're moving a motion to withdraw, not a notice.
Okay. I move a motion that the bill, that's the Human Resource Management Bill, be withdrawn until other.
Thank you.
Thank
Seconded.
You so
Honorable Taylor, Honorable both, Honorable Public Service, Honorable Baka, Honorable Dennis, Honorable Faith, Honorable Noah, Vicky, Linda, Moses, David, Charles, and Dennis. Justification. Okay. I put a question that the Human Resource Management Professionals Bill 2025 be withdrawn. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Item 11 on the order paper, Bill second reading, the Administration of Parliament Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, Administration of Parliament Amendment Bill 2024 is a private member's bill that was tabled on 1st October 2024 and referred to the Sectoral Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. In the process of considering the bill, there was convergence by almost all witnesses, including the Attorney General, that the object of the bill was at odds with the known principles of the Westminster parliamentary system. Since we are a people-centered legislature, we are duty-bound to be responsive to the views and aspiration of the masses. So if indeed the bill is considered, why would we proceed with it? I will ask the mover of the bill, the sponsor of the bill, to move forward, Honorable Richard Lumo, to concede and withdraw the bill pursuant to Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm here to move a motion to withdraw a bill entitled the Administration of Parliamentary Amendment Bill 2024 in accordance with Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. So I move, Madam Speaker.
Seconded?
Yes.
Yes. Seconded. Seconded by Francis, Dennis, Simbwa, Honorable Akena, Honorable Matovu, Dr. Lulume, Dr. Kamara, Cassandra, women and men, Gilbert, by the whip of opposition, by Mukatuliki, by Dr. Watua, by Honorable Baka. Justification. Honorable members, we need a comprehensive amendment in the administration of parliamentary bill. And that comprehensive amendment should be brought in the 12th Parliament. We should not bring it in piecemeals. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The bill was had first reading on 1st October 2024, and it was referred to the Committee of Parliamentary Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. And Madam Speaker, I heard the Attorney General advise very well when he was there, and I also got an opportunity to visit and interact with all political parties and other stakeholders. Madam Speaker, most of them were not in favor of the bill which I had moved, except a few, which I cannot mention here. Madam Speaker, with that, I accordingly seek permission that the bill be withdrawn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put a question that the Administration of Parliament Amendment Bill 2024 be withdrawn. Those in favor stand a contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Item 10 on the order paper, the Constitution Amendment Bill 2024.
Why don't we look at the marriage bill?
Item 12 on the order paper, bill second reading, the Marriage Bill 2024.
Who was the mover? Sarah is not there. Next item. Next item.
Item 10 on the order paper, the bill second reading, the Constitution Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, this is a RAPEX bill with the object of merging the Equal Opportunities Commission and the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, right now we are in a budgeting cycle and can be extremely disruptive if we make this amendment at this time. I'm seeking the indulgence of this House to delay the consideration of this bill pursuant to Rule 147 of the Parliamentary Rules. I beg to submit. Not to withdraw, to defer. The idea is that we are still continuing with the rationalization of government. The first phase was completed. We had some 2 or 3 bills that remain. However, this has been, we have gotten into another budgeting cycle. And as you've noticed, votes have been given here for equal opportunities and also human rights. So we want to delay the consideration of this bill. So we go through this cycle, and then when we are done with that process, we can come back and consider it. Thanks,
Honorable Attorney General, the Rule 147 on delay refers to the committee. On top of the 45 days, you delay, you extend the days. But since that was a government bill, the government, Attorney General could be wanting to go and get permission from Cabinet to come and withdraw the bill and reintroduce it. So we can give him up to Tuesday to come back on that.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Item 14 on the order paper, bill second reading, the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill 2025 was tabled for the first reading by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs on 13th May 2025. The bill was referred to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration. The committee is ready with its report, and I will invite the Minister to move the motion for its second reading. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time.
Seconded by Obangaina. Richard, David, Fox, Jacob, Dakas, Okwalinga, Public Service, Rohama, Kajara, Goli, Achia, Phyllis, Angora, Honorable Bua, Honorable Rose, Honorable Linda, Muuma, Honorable Elijah, Honorable Basalira, and Honorable Taylor. Would you love to speak to your motion?
Madam Speaker and honorable members, this bill is in response to the demand by the creatives for more protection of their literary, scientific, and artistic intellectual works and their neighboring rights, and for other related matters. The Bible says, "You shall eat bread by the sweat of your brow." Unfortunately, those who sweat are often cheated, Madam Speaker and honorable members. Musicians are frustrated that their works are exploited, copied, and played, and they don't earn. So this bill is aimed at ensuring that the intellectual property which is inherent in the creatives gets rewarded appropriately. There has been extensive consultations. We have met various creatives, musicians, songwriters, authors of books. We have consulted even internationally. We even hosted the Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization. We have hosted the Director General of the Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization, who happens to be a Ugandan. This is an organization based in Harare. The musicians have been turned into beggars. We saw what happened during COVID because they don't get rewarded. Now, it's the policy of the government to ensure that these creative people are rewarded. So we are extremely grateful to Parliament for the response that you have given to the musicians. The President even appointed one of the famous performing artists to be his senior presidential advisor on the creatives. We have consulted, even in this house, we have members of the creative industry who are world famous. Therefore, there is demand for this bill, and I do believe that members should support the bill so that it can pass today. Finally, Madam Speaker, our engineers have already created an app which will ensure that every bar, every discotheque, every radio station, every television station can track each time any work of art, particularly music and films, are played. And then this bill provides for organizations that will collect this data, and then the musicians will be paid a proportion of what they are entitled to in accordance with what is in this bill. This equipment was demonstrated to us at the Ministry of Justice, and I believe at the earliest opportunity it can also be demonstrated to members of Parliament. It has been demonstrated to the musicians themselves, and they are satisfied. I therefore urge you, honorable colleagues and Madam Speaker, that we respond to this demand that is overwhelming for fairness, and that creativity be rewarded. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, the chairperson of the committee is ready with the report, and he could come and present his report, his brief report.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. The report is ready indeed. I have a copy here for laying on the table, and the minutes of the committee meetings that we held with the various stakeholders. It is in this yellow file. Let me lay it on paper. Right Honourable Speaker, I can now proceed with the presentation of the report. It is 23 pages, but I will try to compress it to ensure that we can be able to pass it today before the sugar levels go very low. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, this is a report of the Sectoral Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Copyright and Neighbouring Rights Amendment Bill 2025. Background: on 13th May 2025, a bill entitled the Copyrights and Neighbouring Rights Amendment Bill 2025 was read for the first time and was in accordance with Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure referred to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny. Objectives of the bill. The object of the bill is to amend the Copyright and Neighbouring Rights Act, Cap 222, to 1. Domesticate the copyright treaties of the World Intellectual Property Organization, such as the Berne Convention for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Works, which is the foundational international agreement on copyright protection. The Berne Convention establishes the principle of national interest, which meaning that foreign authors receive the same protection as domestic authors. It also provides for automatic protection of works without the need for formal registration. And it outlines the minimum term of protection, moral rights, and the scope of exclusive rights granted to authors. Demonstration of this convention ensures that Ugandan law aligns with these global principles, thereby safeguarding Ugandan creators' works with global principles, thereby safeguarding Ugandan creators' works abroad and granting foreign creators reciprocal rights within Uganda. 2. The World Intellectual Property Organization Treaty of 1996. This treaty addresses the challenges posed by digital environment, particularly the protection of works and the rights of authors in the context of digital communications. It sets out obligations concerning technological protection measures and rights management information, 2 areas essential for combating digital piracy and ensuring that authors receive fair remuneration in the online marketplace. The WIPO Performances and the Phonograms Treaty of 1996, which strengthens the rights of performers and producers of phonograms, especially in relation to their works in the digital space. It grants them exclusive rights to authorize reproduction, distribution, and making available of their performances and recordings both offline and online. It further imposes obligations on member states to provide adequate legal protection and effective legal remedies against circumvention of technological measures used by right holders. The Beijing Treaty on Audio-Video Performances of 2012 grants performers in audio-video works, such as actors and musicians in films and television, economic rights over the use of their performances, as well as moral rights to be credited to and to object to distortions that prejudice their reputation. This represents an important expansion in the recognition of performers' rights in Uganda. The Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled of 2013, which requires member states to provide exceptions to copyright rules, allowing the production and cross-border exchange of accessible format copies of works. Its domestication will enable Ugandan institutions and organizations to legally reproduce books and other literary works in an accessible format without infringing copyrights, thereby promoting inclusion and access to information. The agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property, TRIPS, which forms part of the World Trade Organization frameworks. TRIPS sets comprehensive minimum standards for the protection and enforcement of intellectual property rights, including copyright and related rights, and mandates that member states adopt enforcement procedures that are fair, equitable, and not unnecessarily complicated or costly. By incorporating these treaties, the bill not only brings Uganda into full compliance with its international obligations, but also positions the country as a reliable partner in global intellectual property protection. This alignment is likely to foster cross-border trade in creative works, attract foreign investments in Uganda's creative industries, and enhance the competitiveness of Ugandan creators in international markets. The other one was to provide for protection of copyrights and neighboring rights in their use and exploitation through the internet, online services, and other technological means. To provide for management and exploitation of orphan works, to provide for regulation of exploitation contracts, and to streamline the registration of collecting societies with the registrar. Colleagues, the next item is methodology, which is very clear there, the entities that we interacted with. And then the next one, 4.0, is the need for the bill. I'll take us through this one because it is very important. Copyright is a form of intellectual property that protects original works of authorship, including literary, scientific, and artistic works. A functioning copyright law facilitates creativity and innovation, which fosters access to knowledge and information, technology transfer, development of culture, industries, and job creation. The Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, Cap 222, is the law that governs the recognition and protection of copyrights and neighboring rights in Uganda. The Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act commenced in August 2006 and was enacted to replace the previous Copyright Act, Cap 215, under the revised editions laws of Uganda. The Act protects creators of original works by granting them the sole right to produce or reproduce any substantial part of their work in any form, to perform the work in public, or if the work is unpublished, to publish the work or any substantial part of it. Copyright protects only the form of expression of ideas, not the ideas themselves. Ideas, concepts, procedures, methods, or other things of a similar nature are not protected by copyright and a Neighboring Rights Act. Copyright gives the owner of the works both economic and moral rights. Economic rights allow right owners to derive financial reward from the use of their works by others. Moral rights allow authors and creators to take certain actions to preserve and protect their link with their work. However, these rights are subject to certain exemptions and limitations. These limitations include fair use, public benefit works, compulsory license, and access by persons who are blind, visually impaired, and otherwise print disabled. Due to the passage of time, technological advancements and innovation, changes have occurred in the mode of content creation, distribution, and exploitation, which were not envisaged in the present Act. This has made the provisions in the Copyright Act and Neighboring Rights Act to be inadequate. For example, the Act does not provide for enforcement mechanisms against online piracy and unauthorized exploitation, modes of remuneration of performers, in addition to the one-off payment and the regulation and administration of collecting societies. These inadequacies have increased the piracy of copyright-protected works and discouraged innovation and creativity in the copyright industry. The Act has been affected by advancement in technology and innovation, which has changed the mode of content creation, distribution, and exploitation, which is not adequately provided for in the Act. The Act is not aligned with Uganda's international obligations as provided in the international treaties to which Uganda is related to. And these are mentioned in the I've mentioned these ones previously. Whereas the current law has provisions against piracy of protected works, the law does not provide adequately for regulation or control of online exploitation, online piracy, or unauthorized distribution of works under the internet, social media, or streaming platforms. The current copyright law does not provide nor empower the registrar to issue takedown orders, blocking, or obstruction, among other measures of infringing online content. Further, the Register of Copyright does not have adequate enforcement powers against infringement, especially online infringement. Whereas the current law provides for mandatory written contracts for exploitation of works of rights, assignments or licenses, registration of these contracts, assignments or licenses is not mandatory. The non-mandatory registration of contracts, assignments or licenses has led to grossly unfair terms, exploitation of rights holders, and challenges in tracking ownership. Whereas owners of rights are entitled to remuneration for their works under the current law, digital revenue streams from their works, such as call ringback tones, are unregulated with no standard remuneration model. Whereas the Register of Copyrights is a regulator of collecting societies, the registrar has limited authority to intervene in disputes or governance failures, including collecting societies, because these disputes are referred to the arbitration and the conciliation fora, which the registrar is not able to offer. These societies handle significant sums of money collected from users of rights, but often lack transparency, governance structures, and accountability to their members. Further, the enforcement of copyrights and neighboring rights through civil remedies under the current law is restricted to instituting civil proceedings in the commercial court section under section 44(1) of the Act, which limits the scope of the adjudication mechanism for enforcement of copyrights and neighboring rights. Thus, there is a need to amend the Act to expand the jurisdiction for obtaining civil remedies in the High Court generally, and to provide for quasi-judicial processes in dispute settlement related to copyright and neighboring rights. Changes proposed in the bill. This is the only part, colleagues, I'm going to take us through. Observations and findings are also clear. You can be able to follow. Changes proposed in the bill. The Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill 2025 intends to address the problems identified above in order to ensure rewards for creativity and innovation, compliance with international legal obligations, enhance economic benefits, including employment opportunities within the intellectual property value chain, foster innovation, creativity, education, knowledge, and access to information, and improve the regulation of the sector and market Uganda on the global space. The Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill 2025 broadly makes provision for the following general matters. A. Amend the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act to strengthen the Act in light of the technological advancements and global best practices. B. Domesticate international treaties acceded to by Uganda to ensure comprehensive global protection for works in the digital environment and protection for vulnerable groups like persons with disabilities. C. Strengthen enforcement mechanisms against infringement of copyrights and neighboring rights, including online content, through criminalizing unauthorized access, exploitation, and piracy, and enable mechanisms to identify and shut down infringing content. D. Enhance remuneration mechanisms for the creative industry, such as benefits from callback ringtones. E. Provide for better compensation beyond the model of one-off payments and create systems for equitable sharing of revenue generated from the use of their work, particularly in the digital realm. And F. Protect orphaned works whose owners are unknown, untraceable, or unavailable, while balancing the rights of copyright holders and enabling access and exploitation of orphaned works. G. Prohibit measures that are aimed at circumventing technological protection measures and penalize any person who bypasses digital locks or distributes circumvention tools. H. Expand the exemption to fair use under Section 14 of the Principal Act to include transcription of works into accessible formats and use of online learning environments, improving access for disabled individuals and educational institutions. The purpose of this amendment is to domesticate the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works by persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled. I makes additional regulation on reprographic copying under fair use exemptions by limiting reprographic printing, copying of passages from published literary or musical work to no more than 5% of the published literary or musical work at any one time, or within a period of 3 months, except where a licensing scheme exists. The provision also declares terms of licenses that restrict reprographic copying to less than 5% to have no legal effect. Specifically, the bill introduces the following new matters. Introduces new definitions such as accessible format copy, anonymous work, beneficiary person, orphan works, and technological protection measures. See Clause 1. Second, introduces new categories of literary works such as novels, stage directions, and encyclopedias. Further works such as translations, adaptations, and expressions of folklore are to be explicitly recognized as derivative works, ensuring protection for traditional knowledge as their own form of intellectual property aside from copyright. See Clause 3. Furthermore, the bill expands the duration of copyright protection for computer programs and photographic works from 50 years to lifetime of the author, and another 50 years like all other protected works. See Clause 4. The bill also introduces a requirement for the registration of transactions involving assignments, licenses, and transfers with the registrar of copyrights within 60 days of signing such contracts. The provision further requires non-registration renders the transaction voidable and such transactions to be in writing. See Clause 5. Imposes a maximum duration for license, assignments, and contracts at 20 years and introduces requirement for the reversion of the author's rights at the end of the transfer for assignment period. See Clause 6. The bill also introduces an additional pay to producers and performers of a sound recording or audiovisual fixation for every commercial use of such works, including broadcasting and public performances. See Clause 9. Honorable Commander, Clause 9, you had an issue with this one, you need to take note. Clause 9. The bill introduces a requirement for all contracts relating to the exploitation of rights, such as publishing, public performances, and broadcasting, be in writing and registered in the Register of Copyright. Non-registration renders the contracts voidable. See Clause 10. The bill also introduces fixed remuneration rates for caller ringback tones, ensure fair compensation and distribution among other performers, telecom operators, and aggregators. This will address the remuneration gaps that exist in the exploitation of call ringback tones, ensure fair remuneration for the owners of the copyright content. See Clause 11. Which is the proposed section 39A.
Honorable, wouldn't you discuss that when it comes to committee stage?
Yeah, I'm just concluding. Now, when it comes to observations and findings, it is more like a repetition of this, but in detail, so I'll not go through that. Members who may want to understand in detail can just go to the particular areas, and then we...
Yes, let the Hansard capture.
Yeah. So let me just conclude with this, and then... introduces requirement for registration of transactions. Yes. The bill enhances powers of the Registrar of Copyrights to entertain and settle disputes in copyright registration, contract, and collecting societies. This will ensure effective regulation and administration of copyright and neighboring rights by the Registrar. See Clause 12. Just one page to go, Right Honourable. The bill specifies the jurisdiction for settlement of copyright disputes to the High Court rather than limiting it to the Commercial Court. The purpose of the amendment is to empower the various statutes of the High Court in Uganda to hear and determine copyright-related disputes in Clause 13 and 19. The bill enhances the penalties for copyright infringement significantly, with the fines not exceeding 2,500 currency points and terms of imprisonment not exceeding 10 years, or both, being proposed for various offences. The proposed amendment is intended to provide for deterrent penalties for copyright infringement and piracy. Those are clauses 14, 15, 16, and 18. The bill seeks to enhance the protection of rights and copyright works in a digital environment, empower the Register of Copyright to issue takedown orders to online platforms that host infringing content, and ensure compliance by digital platform operators. Clause 17, which is the proposed 49A. The bill provides that a person convicted of infringement of copyright works bears the cost of seizure, storage, destruction, and infringing materials. See Clause 18. The bill provides that a person alleging infringement of copyright works produces a certificate of registration for the works. Clause 17. Clause 17. The bill also streamlines the registration of collecting societies with the Registrar of Copyright by reducing the number of members to register a collective society from 30 to 2. The bill expands the functions of collecting societies to introduce the mandate to collect the pay royalties to its members or any other owner. The bill provides for holding of annual general meetings of collecting societies with a view to promote transparency, accountability, and good governance among collecting societies. So, Right Honourable Speaker and members, the next page is observations and findings. This is gives a detailed analysis on what the committee received from the stakeholders on the various provisions as I've just outlined, and what the committee decided. It's quite lengthy, and as advised by the Speaker, I will skip it and go to the conclusion. However, where you think you needed to understand the details, you can just refer to a particular provision. It has been well analyzed, and observations, findings, and recommendations. There is just one part, Madam Speaker, that I wanted this House to hear, and this is the limited AI and emerging technology provisions. Various stakeholders such as the LDC, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Creative Industries all criticized the bill for not addressing critical issues relating to copyright ownership, authorship, and liability for works generated or assisted by artificial intelligence. The stakeholders the committee interacted with, including Uganda Communications Commission, the Center for Law and Emerging Technologies led by Advocate Robert Kirunda, LDC, NITAU, and others, observed that although artificial intelligence technologies increasingly contribute to the creation, modification, and distribution of creative works, the absence of explicit provisions leaves uncertainty over who holds the rights, how such works should be dealt with, and how they should be protected, and who bears the responsibility in cases of infringement. The stakeholders also observed that the bill lacks regulatory guidance on the lawful use of AI tools in content creation, adaptation, and dissemination. This gap may lead to legal ambiguities, hinder enforcement, and necessitate frequent amendments as technology continues to evolve. While the bill includes provisions for technological protection measures, it does not establish a dynamic framework for managing AI-created content, automated licensing systems, or AI-driven performance enforcement mechanisms. The stakeholders emphasize that without such forward-looking provisions, the legislation may struggle to address the complexities of emerging technologies. And the committee recommends that the intellectual property laws be amended to cater for AI intelligence. As a committee, we could not divulge into the details, and so we urge government to quickly study this matter of AI and come up with appropriate amendments to the law. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the bill be passed subject to the proposed amendments by the committee, which are hereby attached and which I will be introducing as we proceed. The committee the committee report is duly signed by the requisite number of signatures, and we are ready to proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Members, you've heard a very good report. Any reaction to the report? Yes, Kajara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I take this opportunity to thank the chairperson and the entire committee for giving this bill enough time, because it has been long. People started asking for this law a long time ago. Consumers were losing, especially artists were losing, and at the same time, consumers were not getting quality. Most especially artists were losing money, and sometimes consumers were getting low quality products which did not even belong to the artists themselves. So this law will protect both consumers and producers. Secondly, there were some conventions we needed to really support in this country. We are part of certain conventions like Berne Convention for protection of literary and artistic works. The second one, trade-related aspects of intellectual rights. These are conventions we as Ugandans are part. And this law comes to really put everything that has not in order, to put it in order, so that we are really in tandem with what we accepted in terms of conventions. And therefore, I support this, I support the motion, I support this bill, and my prayer is that we go ahead and pass this bill into law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Daudi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my other colleagues in thanking the committee members for this report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, as the chairman has mentioned here, I still have an issue. Yes, we haven't reached there on the committee stage, but I have an issue with the clause 9, where the committee suggests that if Mama Bukedea FM and the Shua FM radio stations want to play songs of either Mpenkoni or any artist, they have to pay the artist. And to me, Right Honorable Speaker, I think, yes, the radio or the television may benefit in playing these songs, but also the artists.
You're popularizing the artists.
Yeah, the artist also benefits. If I don't play the music of a certain artist, I don't know how that artist will be able to organize a concert in Honorable Nsamba's constituency when his music or her music is not actually known by the people there. So to me, I think we need to think about that clause. It is not prudent enough for the committee to come here and convince us that we should actually allow these media houses to enter into an agreement with an artist if the media houses want to play their music. I think this August House needs to think about it.
Okay.
I beg to submit.
You take note of it. When we reach clause 9, we will discuss it exhaustively. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the chairman for the well-read report. And Right Honourable Speaker, the chairman concluded with very important concern
On AI.
about the artificial intelligence. Right Honourable Speaker, when you are handling about copyrights, we need to look at the issues of artificial intelligence very carefully. Where the country has reached, You find someone removing the head of somebody, fixing on the body of somebody, and you feel that the person is that person. So the artificial intelligence, we need to come up with a very clear law to control artificial intelligence. If not, then what we are discussing may be very hard to be implemented. Honorable Speaker, I really feel we need to come up with the bill that will control the uses of artificial intelligence in this country. The way we are moving, we are going to the extreme. I beg to move.
Thank you, Ross.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. In the same vein, I want to congratulate the committee with how far they have gone. The current law has become so archaic and backward, and we really needed to refresh it with this. But of course, not to make it so stringent, I love to go with my brother on clause 9. Because if we are to pay fast, then what happens? And also, the same law protects both the consumer and the producer. Now, there are these songs which are not even songs. People are talking. And then they want you to pay. In my campaigns, it was hell. Somebody ties on you. If you don't pay, you are going to fail. So at least if we work on this current law quickly, it will save all of us. Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Rachel?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to appreciate the committee for the work they have done. I just want to address all my colleagues on some of the comments they've made. Misuse will be the right word to say. AI, you can use it, but when you misuse it, that's when it becomes a problem. With regards to clause 9 that my honorable member has mentioned, every creator, and it's internationally recognized and accepted, that creators are compensated for their work. The radio stations that play any work are the ones who have the burden to compensate the creators of that work. So if you come on a radio station, the person who has come to the radio station does not have to pay. It's the radio station that pays for having
but
used.
We are owners of radio stations. You're not going to make us to pay for playing your music, and we are popularizing you.
And now the purpose of this bill then will be totally watched down. I need members to really appreciate and understand that when an artist creates something, they create something and they earn from it. Now, if you use it, the royalties that come from that piece of work is what the performer or creator earns from. In the same way, if somebody has written...
Rachel, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
If I say I played Obanga in Bukedea Radio, how will you know that I played it?
And that is why the monitoring system has been put in place.
Now,
every time any work has been played, the monitoring system will say, this radio played this song at this time, and it is registered. So that when the radios pay, when the radios collect through the management organizations, that's when they divide among the creators.
Thank you. Let's get a clarification from AJ.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, Clause 9 of this bill.
Let's first get a clarification. You don't own a radio. You first clarify. Let's first get a clarification. You'll come. No, I want a clarification before I proceed. No, before we proceed, let's first get a clarification. You know, for you.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the clause that is being discussed by Honorable Kabanda is actually the heart and the purpose of the bill. Because it is, if you do not have clause 9, you may as well not pass the bill. Because the this artist has made his music, and he has not requested anyone to promote the music for him. So, if you choose to promote the music for him, then the very least you can do is go to him and say, I would like to promote the music for you. And the law has allowed you to go and make arrangements with musicians to play their music. The issue that is here is that if you have no arrangement with that musician, and that is why the collective societies come in, you can get into an arrangement and say, for the first 6-8 months of my music, you may play it for purposes of promotion. So, right honorable colleagues and members, if the artist produces his music and he has it, when he produces it, he has his music himself. And unless he requests you for commercial purposes to promote the music for him, if you play it, then you have to pay for it.
Procedure matter.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we have delved into discussing clauses. We've delved into discussing clauses of the bill. So, Madam Speaker, it's my humble appeal.
Is discussing the report because it was brought in the report. Before we move to the bill, is discussing the report. Yes, it is something that was brought in the report. Yes, Honorable Mukatuli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is no way you can discuss a report without talking about clauses. And Madam Speaker, as the Attorney General has stated, in the music, there's what we call releases. A musician releases, and he makes a hit. And the song is a piece. And whilst we are talking now, Mr. Attorney General and Honorable Minister Constitutional Affairs, most of the musicians are paying radio presenters to play their music. They are paying. Do you know why they do that? Because there's no way they can market their songs without radio stations. And indeed, the majority of presenters are getting challenges from their bosses for overplaying the music because they want people to know it. So as you said, Mr. Attorney General, that's the heart of the bill. We must train on it very carefully because there is no way your music can be known without the use of the radio stations. And this is factual. It's factual. But we must look at what stage when we go to the bill. When does this person need to know that I'm controlling my music in the radios? We've had music from South Africa, Kenny Rogers. You know I'm an artist as well. And I have ever composed for primary schools, by the way. But by then, there was not easy to record the music. So, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize this. That clause, as we are stating, we must look very emphatically on the limitations of someone's music. Because how will they know your songs? How would I have known Honorable or my friend Rachel Magora without Radio Uganda as of then? Because by then there was no FMs, but their music was growing. Then FMs came on. But
Point of information.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Information to who? Let me first have Dr. Lulume. Then Christine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And thank you for that, for giving way. And it will be beneficial for the expert in music to come after this critique. The committee needs to persuade this parliament that they did a cost-benefit analysis on that clause 9 so that we can know what the creatives are going to benefit out of this and what they are going to lose. We also want to know the consumers or the users of their creativity, what they are benefiting out of playing their music or whatever it is, and what they can lose if at all they don't play it. You may find an elitist way of contributing to the formation of this bill. when only those people who are able to access this parliament have contributed ideas in building this case. Yet there are very many creatives outside there who may not have heard their voices here. And they want to access the media houses to popularize them themselves so that they can get a benefit out of what they have created. Now, you will have closed that outlet into the media which is popularizing them and giving them a benefit of employment out of what they have created. Simply because those who are accessing parliament and can communicate ideas about the popular music that they have spoken on their behalf.
We need a cost-benefit
analysis. A cost-benefit analysis would have convinced us faster. And it must be scientific. That is the only way you can persuade this parliament to support this bill. And that is the gist of the matter at clause 9. Thank you.
Let me have John first. Christine.
Right Honourable. Right Honourable Speaker, clause 9 is not forcing any radio station or manager to pay a creator of any content. It is asking you to have an understanding. It can be at zero fee, as long as the creator is comfortable.
No, there must be a consideration.
At zero.
Consideration is never
contractual. It is an understanding between the creator and the person paying the content.
Information, Madam Speaker. Information.
Right Honourable Speaker.
You'll give us information.
Thank you for the opportunity. Actually, we are now looking at music and we have forgotten some other patent rights. Like, for example, when I submit now and in the media house, I have to be in an understanding with the media house to play what I've shared here, that I needed to have an understanding. It is similar. So, we need to understand the rate at which, when somebody releases something to the public, there is a percentage of freedom by the public to play that. Because by the time you released it out to the public must have some liberty. It should not be infringed that there must be an understanding. There must be space that even when there is no understanding, because you released it to the public, I have some freedom also to use it. That freedom must be there. And then I see the provision for some voluntary submissions. Some of these artists need to come out clearly that for me on this submission, I don't mind. Use it the way you want. Or on this one, should anybody need this, there must be some provisions at the start of the. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. In the VIP gallery, we have the woman-elect, district woman-elect of Sironko district. Honourable Mafavi Aisha Navulo, you're most welcome. She's here to observe the proceedings. Yes, Okwalinga.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, while perusing through the report from the committee, I noticed that the talk of the fair doctrine permits. Could the chairperson clarify the concept of the fair doctrine permits vis-a-vis clause 9, which we are discussing at the moment? And to me, I would really advocate for a law of this nature. If the artists, for example, when they are going to perform, say in a wedding, or they are invited to perform in a function where they earn money, we should be taxing them. We should be taxing them. But not again them demanding us to pay them for playing a music.
So, is the law limiting us to only radios? What about if I played that music in my car? What would happen?
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, this is only when you play music for commercial use. For example, if you're playing it in a discotheque, so people are coming to your discotheque to listen to music, and they are paying to enter the discotheque. that is when you need to deal with that. But if I'm playing it at my home, for my private use, there is no problem.
Radio station.
Radio station, if you're doing it for commercial
Say
purposes.
Mama Bukedea is playing to entertain the public.
Yes, for free. Because when you advertise on Mama Bukedea, it's free.
Honorable members, this is a very serious law. And a very, very serious law. We need a cost-benefit analysis on this issue.
Yes.
And the fact that we don't have a quorum. We don't have a quorum. We honorable members, no, we will continue with this debate. We want this debate to continue when everybody is in the house. When everybody is in the house is adjourned to Tuesday, 17th at 2.
Somebody will pick and then you say,